What is good, Raider Nation? Welcome to the final post game reaction show of the season. Fucking Raiders pull it off in a dramatic fashion. Probably one of the better days to be a Raider fan. We're going to go ahead and talk about this. We're going to talk about the draft and much more on the post game reaction show, the final one for the 2025 Raider season. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and kick this thing off. Here we go.
J Raider, the creator with the killer content, hot takes and the dopest. Gas Raider Nation, from Oakland to LA to Vegas. Nothing greater than the Raiders, only facts. Just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders. Stand up, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders. Welcome to the channel. It's called Just Raiders, baby. If you ain't subscribed, then you gotta try. Just Raiders, baby, nothing but love for the Raiders. Been an OG before 93. Shout out to the nation, they always crazy. So nation, ride with me, taking over my style. It's amazing, making hits like Max on the blitz. The silver and black, on the attack. They on the map, if you a fan and you with that. J Raider, the creator with the killer content, hot takes and the dopest. Gas Raider Nation, from Oakland to LA to Vegas. Nothing greater than the Raiders, only facts. Just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, J Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders. Putting on shows like Brock on the go. We just like J Raider, the innovator, making shows like Good Morning Raiders, the originator. Raiders unfiltered, raw, never censored. The post game reaction, nothing but action. Just Raiders, baby. Just Raiders. Just Raiders, baby. J Raider, the creator with the killer content. Hot takes and the dopest, yes. Raider Nation, the only nation. There ain't no question.
Just win, baby.
Win, baby.
Just win.
Yo, what is good, Raider Nation? Thank you for pulling up to the post game reaction show. I am your host. I am Jay Raider. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure you guys go ahead and head on over and hit that like and subscribe button on your boy, on this channel, on the show. Help to support the show and also help to go ahead and support my guys' channels as well. They're going to go ahead and come on in just a bit. You already know this is the final post-game reaction show of the 2025 season. Finally, the nightmare is over, and we end off the nightmare in the right way. This is like the fucking ending of Stranger Things. There's a fucking silver lining to this. It ends in the right way. We can go ahead and ride off into the mediocre sunset. We're going to talk about everything that went down today. Has been a crazy day for the Raiders, Raider Nation, but I feel that everybody is pretty happy right now, and we can go ahead and really close the final chapter on the season and go into the off season with new horizons. Right, the grass is greener on the other side, as the saying goes. So let's go ahead and before I get into it, I got to bring out my guys to go ahead and end this show off right. Let me go ahead and bring in my guy first from the Notorious podcast with Leo, my guy Raider Jeff, and James for the military chapter. Let me go ahead and bring in none other than Raider Will in the building. Salute, brother. How's it going?
Salute, baby. What's going on, baby? Y'all know what it is. We finally get the monkey off our back, and we get the first round draft pick on top of that, baby. You know what it is. It's explosive. Fuck the Chiefs. Let's go, Raiders.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and bring out our my other esteemed guest, My guy has a hot and up and coming channel. Let me go ahead and bring out my guy Raider Primo's in the building. What is good, my guy? Salute to
What is
you.
going on, nation? We won. We got the first overall pick. Christmas came late for the nation, but man, I am happy. Man, I am happy. I'm excited. Raider therapy. Hey, maybe we don't need it, but hey, definitely lots to talk about today. Definitely a lot.
Yes. I want to go ahead and do this real quick.
The number one pick.
That's right. That's right. The Raiders have officially secured the number one pick going into this year's NFL draft. So we're gonna go ahead and talk about that. This news came before the game, and it really did help the team to kind of go ahead and just focus on the game and not really worry about the other drama that goes around getting the number one pick. That was already taken care of. Thanks to the New York Giants. Appreciate you guys pulling off the win. I honestly didn't think you guys had it in you to beat the Cowboys. Sorry, but not sorry. It's just facts, bro. But hey, you guys won in impressive fashion, 34-10. I haven't even seen the highlights, so I don't know what went down that game. I was telling Will before the show backstage that I didn't even see that game. I didn't think that the Giants were going to be able to go ahead and pull off a win versus the Cowboys. I didn't even pay attention to that game. I paid attention to the other games, right? The other scenarios that I talked about yesterday, which is like if the Niners beat the Seahawks, Saints beating the Falcons, and then Bengals beating the Browns. And you know what's funny? All those games that I watched, all those teams fucking lost, bro. All of them lost. And I was like, fuck. And that's a game that I didn't watch. The fucking Giants won. The Giants, I didn't even know. I think I saw a little bit of the highlights of my Bears versus Lions, and I think the Lions were winning. I think the Lions had to win that one, if I'm not mistaken. I got to go back to it. Right. Okay. So that maybe that one would have, but yeah, the other ones lost, so it wouldn't have mattered. So if we would have won, if the Giants would have lost and we would have had won this, if we would have won this game, we would have had to secure the pick. It would have probably been a different outcome. But that's crazy how everything kind of worked out today, earlier today. And it's actually since yesterday. It's crazy. Really quick before we go ahead and kick the show off, we got to go ahead and acknowledge the chat. And appreciate you guys tapping in and rocking with us. Post-game reaction show, final one for the season. Let me go ahead and shout out my guy, Robert Payne in the building. Salute, brother. Appreciate you pulling up. Just draft, baby. You already know, bro. You already know. Salute to Mava. Hello from the UNLV campus. Just win, baby. Hey, appreciate you, my guys. Salute. Thank you for pulling up. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Shout out to John in the building. Mendoza is ours. There you go. Salute, brother. Thanks for pulling up.
The debate is on. The debate is on.
Mobile rate in the building. Salute, my guy. Appreciate you tapping in. Salute. Troy Gill in the building. What is good, my guy? Happy New Year to you too. And go Raiders. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. Definitely came out with a big dub today in Las Vegas. And shout out to Jack in the building. What is good, my guy? Thank you for tapping in. But let's go ahead and let me go ahead. Oh, and John just pulled up. John Leon, what's good, brother? Appreciate you rocking with us on the post game. All right. So Raiders finally win one, breaking a 10-game losing streak, which I wish it was a winning streak, losing streak. And the Raiders beat the Chiefs in Las Vegas at home. On top of all that, Raiders with the ugly, dirty fucking win, 14-12 on the most horrible game that I've probably seen all season fucking long. But they fucking won. It's a fucking dirty ass fucking win. I don't give a shit. I'll take it all day, every day. Raiders now are 3-14 to go ahead and cap off this fucking terrible season. But man, this is, mind you, I don't have the banner for it, but this is the first win, a first divisional win since 2023 We were 0-6 last year. I'm sorry, we were 0-6 last year,
Yeah.
and up to this point, we were going to go ahead and follow suit. So we just went ahead and broke that apart. So now, we're 1-11 in the last 2 years, but the first division win since 2023, and again, a familiar name comes in to help to beat the Chiefs, and this time at home in Vegas. It's crazy. Let's go ahead and go into the box score real quick before we talk about that one, because that's crazy. We were talking about this last week. I was talking about this like yesterday, and like what how funny would it be if Aiden O'Connell comes in and just wins the fucking game, like looks around and wins
Bro,
the game.
everybody knew that Farva was going to do it. Like, everybody had that feeling. Farva, a baby DC, whatever you want to call him, if he starts the game, we're going to fuck around and find out. Everybody was talking about it. And Jesus H. Christ, he comes out there and wins us the game. But go ahead, Jay. Sorry, bro. But you're freaking.
It was a dirty win, and it's not. I don't think he put in. I mean, he at the end he helped us, but it would have been nicer if we would have like ended off with a touchdown as opposed to a field goal. But hey, what it is.
I'll take the dirty Sanchez versus the Chiefs. I'll take dirty Sanchez versus the Chiefs right now, bro. Fuck the Chiefs. I fucking hate them.
In a dark, smelly room all day, bro. I don't care. I'm doing it. But let's go to the box score real quick. 12-14 was the final score. It was a terrible game. Both offenses from the get-go struggled to get anything going. It was like it literally was field goal city. So if you guys seeing the score, you would think, okay, cool, we got a touchdown. For those who had to work and had to like literally be cut off for the rest of the world, and I'm we're your first line of what's going on in Raider Nation and the Raiders. Raiders did not score a touchdown in this game. It was field goal city by both teams, and there was a safety in there, mind you. So that's the reason we got 14 points, but no touchdowns in this game. Again, very, very similar to that 2023 Christmas Eve or Christmas Day win. Again, another bad problem. Those both teams were terrible. But let's go ahead and go over the box score. Total yards, it was 168 for the Chiefs, 204 for the Raiders. Passing was 84 yards to 86, so virtually identical. Rushing yards, the difference maker here, 84 yards to 118 on the ground for us. So we're having a bigger day on the ground. Some of that coming from the two quarterbacks, but mostly this is a lot of Gentry's work right here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
First downs, 10 first downs and 12 first downs. Again, both offenses struggled to put anything together in the form of a successful drive. 3 out of 17 third down efficiency for the Chiefs. We're 4 out of 16, slightly better, but again, virtually identical. We were 0-2 in fourth down efficiency. They were 1 for 1. Total plays were about the same, 62 to 61. But I think this is the difference maker as well on defense. Defense literally came out and balled out. They had a fucking day. We're going to talk about that in just a bit. 8 sacks put on these Chiefs quarterbacks today. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We only allowed 3 sacks. I was almost close. I said we get about 4 sacks. Aiden was going to get about 4 sacks. I think he only got about 2 in the game, or maybe 3. He was out there for majority of the game. Punts, we punt away City again, 6 apiece. Penalties, probably this is the best stat you're going to see for a long time. 2 penalties for 10 yards for us. They had 7 out of 45. Turnover City for both teams. 2 fumbles for the Chiefs, 1 for us. We threw 1 pick. That was by Kenny Pickett. And we're going to talk about that too, because it was weird how they're just, for whatever reason, they were catching his timing, or he was staring down his receivers, something like that. Something was going on where it's just Kenny Pickett did not look good at all. Time of possession, we were slightly better. We had 30 minutes to 29 minutes. And again, 4-4 field goals. The difference maker for us was that safety, and we're going to go ahead and talk about that in just a second. Let's go over into the individual stats. Aiden O'Connell, 10 out of 22, 102 yards, 1 sack. So I'm wrong. Or maybe it's 2 sacks. I don't know how but it was 3 sacks that we gave up. Okay, so that is right. So 1 sack from Aiden O'Connell, poor rating. 59.3 quarterback rating for Aiden O'Connell. Kenny Pickett was just 1 of 4, 3 yards. And that big interception he threw in the beginning of the game. Rushing yards, Ashton Genty, 26 carries, 87 yards, 3.3 per clip. Close. He came so close to reaching the record first that trying to go ahead and break the record of most scrimmage yards. And then the second one being trying to hit that 1,000-yard season. He was very close for the scrimmage yards. He was only 4 away. He only needed 91 yards, so he was 4 away. He was just that close. And then the scrimmage yards that he had to hit about 112 to be able to go ahead and eclipse Josh Jacobs. He fell short on that. And I was looking at it throughout the game, and I was kind of seeing where he was at. And he was at 64. I'm like, okay, cool. He probably has a shot if he's able to go ahead and get a big run. He might be able to go ahead and get that record. But Chiefs were pretty good on their run defense. They were stuffing a lot of runs. Kenny Pickett, Aiden O'Connell, Zamir White, Trey Tucker, Shedrick Jackson, Paul Mao. They all had 1 yard rushing, minimal yards. Receiving, though, Big Mike leading the way with 3 receptions, 47 yards. Again, quiet out over the air. But Big Mike coming through clutch at the end to go ahead and help us go ahead and set us up for that game-winning field goal. Trey Tucker, 2 receptions, 30 yards. Shedrick Jackson, again, came up with a big first down. He had 1 reception, 11 yards. Genty, 3 receptions for 7 yards. Again, quiet in the air as well. Tyler Lockett was 1 for 5. So was Zamir White. Defense, again, the defense came out and fucking they were like a team possessed. They were a squad possessed. Tyree Wilson probably having the best game of his career. Legit. I'm not even talking shit. Best game of the fucking career.
Yeah.
Y'all laugh, but I'm dead serious. I think the best game of his career. He had 5 tackles, 1 assist, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and then one of those sacks being a safety to go ahead and also help us secure this victory. That safety actually ended up, giving us the boost at the end of the day. Eric Stokes, 5 tackles. You had Jamal Adams, 4 tackles, 1 forced fumble as well. Darnay Holmes, he had 3 tackles, 1 assist. Charles Snowden, he had another huge game as well. 3 tackles, 2 sacks for this game. E-Rob, 3 tackles, 1 assist. You had Delvin White, 3 tackles, 3 assists. A sack and a half also credited. He was all over the place. Tommy Eichenberg, 2 tackles, 2 assists. Malcolm Coons, 2 tackles, 1 assist, and credited for half a sack, and that was with the Devin White. You had Lonnie Johnson, Darian Porter with 2 tackles, 1 assist, and then 1 force. That was a forced recovery that Porter did. Tonka Hemingway, another big game from Big Tonka Hemingway, 2 tackles, 2 sacks in the game. His presence is going to be felt. So that draft pick from Tonka looks like it's working out very, very well. Hopefully we get to continue seeing a betterment of Tonka in this next season coming up. Jonah Walu, 2 tackles. D-Cam, 1 tackle. Grady Vance, 1 tackle, 1 assist. Thomas Booker, 1 tackle. Isaiah Paul-Mal, 1 tackle, 1 assist. You had Harvey Pegues with 1 assist for Harvey, 2 assists for Pegues. He was out there. He had a lot of reps. And then McCollum had one assist on a tackle as well. So looking at these stats, everything that kind of went down. Tyree Wilson having probably like the best game of his life. Genty coming close to the record, but ultimately, Cash, our guy, Cash Money Carlson comes in with the game winner at the very end. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the clip for that game winning. If you guys missed it, if you guys missed that for whatever reason, and you guys are just joining us now and trying to catch up to everything that's going on, let me go ahead and play that game winning clip. That 60-yard attempt, 60-yard field goal by Daniel Carlson to go ahead and give us the win. Here we go. Give me a second.
Isn't that his career long too?
Yeah,
That is a career long for him too. There we go. All right, here's the attempt from Cash Money for the game winner.
Snap there. Carlson swings. Carlson has it.
Thank you, Jesus. Woo!
Bro,
undefeated in 2026.
Snap there. Carlson swings. Carlson has it.
I literally like my kid was like falling asleep. One of my boy was falling asleep, and then I jump up with Cappy, and I'm telling the wife, I'm like, he's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it because it was like 60. I'm like, fuck, it's over 50, and like he's very wishy-washy with that leg, and then like I'm like, okay, let's see, you're gonna have to throw all your leg into it, and he might miss, he might go wide right, he might hook it or shank it, I don't know, and he fucking hits the game winner. And we end up finally beating KC in a year and a half. And we get the damn monkey off our back. Not only on a 10-game losing streak, but we finally win a divisional game, which is fucking insane. Insane. What are you guys' thoughts on it? On what, first, securing the number one pick, two, today's performance on these guys. We saw it was not a pretty game. Defense really came out today. AOC's the quarterback's performance, both of them, because both have very interesting performances. What are you guys' thoughts? I'll go with Primos real quick. I'll start with you. What are your thoughts?
Bro, beginning of the day, same with you. Let's start with securing the number one pick because I think it was nice. Can we just all agree? It was nice to root for our team to get a W out there. Like, we've been rooting for this team to lose because we want to secure the number one pick. Like you, Jay, I didn't think the Giants had a chance. I'm watching Red Zone. Red Zone's going back and forth between that game, and around halftime, I believe the score was ugly like ours. It was like 10-9, I think. Cowboys were winning or Giants were leading. Not exactly sure. And if for whatever reason the Cowboys pull their starters at halftimes, the Cowboys just pull all their starters at halftime. And that basically swings in the momentum for the Giants because Giants start scoring touchdown after touchdown. They get up, and around 5 minutes, it's like 37. It's that final score, 37, like 4-17, something like that. And I'm like, oh, there's no way the Cowboys could come back. Which essence, I'm like, oh, that locks the first pick for us. I could go into this game rooting for our team.
Yeah.
And you get a reality check again that this team is very, very bad. Like, this team is very, very bad. Pickett goes out there, throws a nasty interception. Didn't even give Besh a chance. It looked like it was behind him or the corner. I think his name was Williams. Just read his eyes. Beautiful play. And then Aiden came in, and just like you said, it's two different quarterbacks from them two. Dude, two different quarterbacks. For me, one is indecisive. He kind of plays like it's almost like Gino back there. Indecisive. Like he does. I think that's why Pickett was picked on that first one. He's like, do I want to throw it? Do I not? And then when he finally made up his mind, it was too late. And Aiden, he trusts his arm so much that he trusts it too much sometimes. Oh, his issue is overthrowing his receivers, especially when they get open. Trey Tucker, I don't know if it was Tucker or Jackson that was open downfield and he overshoots him. And then when he needs to put on a dime, he floats it. He missed Tucker in the end zone because he threw a floaty ball. You got to throw a laser on that one. But hey, he has an arm. He hasn't. That's one thing. Aiden, you can give to Aiden. He has an arm. People wanted to build around him because he had that arm, but I think at best, Aiden is showing he's a good maybe quarterback 2. He's serviceable as a quarterback 2. We have him 1 year left on his deal for his rookie deal, so I'm not mad at him possibly coming back and keeping him as a quarterback 2 or even a quarterback 3 because, like I said, if they do go the route with Mendoza, and again, that's if they choose that, I would. This is my choice. I'm not saying they will do this, but I would sit Mendoza quarterback 2, Aiden quarterback 3, and then bringing in a bridge guy quarterback 1. But all in all, enjoying the win, enjoying the first overall pick lockup. I mean, can't complain, man. Can't complain.
What
Oh,
about
and
you?
shout out to Tyree too. Shout out to Tyree, bro. It was funny. I was watching. I want to say that real quick because I was watching Graphic Hammer and they were talking shit about Tyree, and it was funny. As soon as like they were talking shit, next play he gets. I think he gets that sack for a fumble. That I was like, okay, Tyree, and then he had the game of his life. And I see someone in the chat. Yeah, he played a 3rd string quarterback and a 4th string quarterback. That doesn't mean I want to keep him. I'll say that. But feel for the kid. He hasn't had a lot of success. So, for him, that's a really, really good confidence booster, at least for him. Not saying I would keep him, but hey, that's a good confidence booster for the kid. I want to give him his flowers for having a game.
For sure, 100%, 100%. Well, what are your thoughts? How you feeling?
Shit.
Everything
Unlike you two lazy mofos, this kid woke up like a kid in the candy store to watch the Cowboys-Giants game. I got glued in. I'm sitting there watching it with my Cheerios and shit, just munching down watching. So, I pumped up before I go to the game because I'm like, hey, man, it doesn't matter. We got the first round draft pick. Now let's get this done. So, I'm sitting there. I'm eating some St. Louis style barbecue ribs because, we going to be smashing on them Chiefs. I'd be like, right now, people are going to be saying, hey, man, we played a 3rd string quarterback. We played with our 3rd string quarterback, motherfuckers. It's not like we was out there throwing a bunch of stars out there and they weren't throwing a bunch of stars. Tyree had a hell of a game. I mean, like, people are going to be bagging on him that, yes, he did go a 3rd, but was it the 3rd string tackle? Was it the 3rd string guard that he was beating on every play? No. They didn't pull those guys. We got to call a spade a spade. He played against the guys that he had to line up against, and he had a great game. Malcolm Kuntz, where the fuck were you? Malcolm Kuntz was looking for an extension.
One time, I think.
Exactly. So right now, we're looking for guys to come in and, like, make a difference. Guys that come in and are, hey, Tyree showed that he can do that. I don't care whether he had whatever it is. Man, this is a shit game. You called it, Jay. 14 points. Bro, 4 field goals and a safety. And he scored 2 points of the game. Without his 2 points, what we doing? Not a damn thing. We're talking about another loss. Straight up.
Yeah.
So, hey, man, it's a great day to be a Raider. And 2026 has started off with a bang. We got our 1st round draft pick. We start something to be excited for. Hopefully, Spytek makes the right decisions in the offseason. And this is where we're going to talk about it, right? People are going to say, hey, man, literally, are we going to draft Mendoza? Who are we going to take a quarterback? Right now, just talk to me about who the fuck we going to get to coach this damn team.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that in just a bit for sure. We're going to get into the whole talk, the whole offseason talk.
Absolutely.
I got that lined up. But yeah, man, I mean, honestly, like, I'm happy that, for one, we secured the number 1 pick. But on top of that, I think the icing on the cake was to beat the fucking Chiefs.
Yep.
And then my little side piece would be to win our first divisional game. And we finally got that monkey off our back too, because that sucks. That's, I don't care, and it's fucking hilarious when I see that stuff. When I see those comments, like when we played, the 3rd, the street guys, or whatever. I'm like, you know, we have our street guys on the field. You know, half of the quarter of those guys are street guys. Most of them are second and third stringers as well. So we
Hey,
shut down our key
It
starters
felt like a
this past
preseason game.
100.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is a preseason game. But either way, we still went out and beat these guys.
Hey.
I don't give a fuck. It's by a point. I'll still take it because I can talk shit going into this
Oh, bro,
offseason.
best believe it. We was in Vegas right now.
Bro,
Yeah, I'm
y'all
talking all the
motherfuckers
shit to
again.
Chiefs fans. I'm like, fuck your
Y'all
team.
motherfuckers lost again to the fucking Chief Killer AOC. Y'all again lost
The
to
Chief
fucking
Killer.
Raiders, the
Calm
worst team in
down.
the NFL.
Calm down, Jay. Chief Killer. The Chief Killer.
That's what
Let's
that's
go.
what he's done. That's what the people are dubbing it. I don't know, bro. If he stays on another year and he fucking comes out and beats the
I'm
Chiefs
not
again
hating
in
on it.
terrible fashion, I'll be like, this guy's the Chief. Hey, for a long time, I didn't want to admit Anthony Dalton was a Raider killer, and like, sure enough, this dude every time he plays this, no matter what fucking team he's on, he always whoops our ass. So maybe we found the Chiefs' kryptonite after all in the form of AOC. It's not pretty, it's not great, but it fucking works. So who cares? I'll take it all day, every day. You know, again, yeah, this game was not great in any sense. But you know, who at this point we were honestly playing for bragging rights and we're playing for pride. And we
Yeah.
came out. The guys played hard. You saw that. There was like effort. And I think it would have been different maybe if it was a different team, but when it's a division rival, it just brings something out of the team. It kicks it an extra drive because also too, like these guys talk shit to each other, off the field too. So they got bragging rights on top of that too. So there's a lot of things that are involved. But I'm glad that we were able to go ahead and get that number one pick. They didn't have to go ahead and worry about that. I don't think they were worrying about that period, but it always looms in the back of your mind. But knowing like, hey, you know what? The fan base is not going to talk as much shit, knowing that, hey, we already got that number one pick. We can go ahead and win this meaningless game and go off right into the sunset. And either way, it's a confidence booster going into the offseason. You went out and beat, you know, a top rival, you know, one of our bitterest rivals. You know, they're all our rivals, but KC, I think, holds a special place in our hearts for sure. So I'm very happy about that. But you know, going back to talking about the defense, Tyree had a huge game. Again, this dude came out and balled out. Now, and now I'm gonna ask this question. You know, the big safety, the sacks, the pressures. You know, he looked like a guy possessed, right? And maybe this is the Tyree that we've been waiting for since we drafted the guy, right? We're finally starting to see that glimpse, right? Now, the whole thing with Tyree's, that consistency factor, it hasn't been there at all. But do you think now with this game and the performance he just put up and really kind of taking that leadership kind of step towards that direction, do you think he saves himself for another year? I think he's gonna be on this final year of his rookie contract. So we got him. If we wanted to go ahead and trade him away, does this raise his stock? Do we keep him for another year and rock with that, you know, rookie deal? What are you guys' thoughts with the whole Tyree thing? You know, him coming out and having this game, because I was thinking about that. I was like, fuck, now because he had this game, he's gonna stick around another year, and I think that's kind of how it's gonna go. I'm not gonna be surprised if he stays around for another year. But what are you guys' thoughts? Will, what are your thoughts?
Fuck, man. This is a tough position. But Malcolm Kuntz didn't do a fucking thing this year. So honestly, if you're trying to save bucks and trying to see if the kid has potential, why not keep him around with his fifth year option? You're keeping him still at a rookie contract. He's still going to be at a minimal, and you keep him in to see what you still got, right? And the another thing is, who's going to be your defensive coordinator? What type of system are they going to run? So many questions when it comes to the defensive line. But what this did do is put Tyree in a conversation. Just like you said, Jay. What does this do for him? It puts him in the conversation to say, Spytek goes like, hey, man, let's look at this tape. Let's look at what he did. He played inside and outside this year. He didn't just play the 3 technique. He played the 2 tech. He also played the outside as a defensive end. So at the same time, I'm like, he's filling all 4 positions, and that's crucial. I mean, like things you can do like that. At the end of the day, for me, Tyree had a huge game, but it just puts the conversation to say, hey, can we keep him? And if Malcolm Kuntz is not valuable because we're really overpaying him for what he did this year, we can let him go, extend him on a 5th-year contract.
Mhm.
That's
I think I'm gonna agree with Will on that one. I mean, I was gonna start off. It depends who's the defensive coordinator. Let's start there. It's all gonna come down to coaching, but also Tyree having a game of his life, like Will said, it puts him in the conversation. But I think puts him in the conversation as a death piece. I don't think as a starter, because you also have to ask yourself, where was the other 16, 17 games in the season? He had one good game out of 16. And so it's like, is this an anomaly or is this something? Are you starting to finally put it all together? And can we bring a coach in to bring the best out of you? It also depends. Can you upgrade at that position? Can you upgrade at defensive end? Can you upgrade at defensive tackle? Because if you do, and you also we're not even talking about draft picks that can possibly come in here. They're going to be probably fighting to steal your job, Tyree. Like we're talking about you coming, possibly being a death piece. What if the second string is balling out better than you, and now they're the death piece, and you're probably looking for a job come preseason? That's where I'm at. I would definitely put him on a 5th-year option. Won't pay him a lot of money, or if you don't want to pay even the first round, for what would he get for the 5th-year option? How much would they pay him? Like what, $10 million? How much do first round picks get paid on his contract?
I don't think it goes not on. So they just extend him whatever. I assume I haven't even looked.
I don't know how the contract works, but I know it's not gonna be for a lot. It'd be like a prove it deal.
No, I think they'll know what it is that I guess they just whatever he's getting paid per year, they just add it for the 5th year because they're still keeping him in that contract. The contract is not changing. So Raiders. That's why if you can't come up with a deal that says, "Hey, we're going to pay you more money," then you invoke that 5th year. You keep them on that rookie deal because I think there's something where they just get paid the per year salary for another
$6.25 million.
Oh, okay. So man, you ain't paying. You ain't paying shit. Put that 5th-year option on him. I'd be like, it's a prove it year for you. But that's the question you got to ask. If you're giving him a prove it year, he needs to get the reps to prove, he has worth here. So it's like, even though he's a death piece, but that's where it comes. You got to earn it. Like, I don't want we gave you 5th-year option. Now you're automatically going to get the reps. Like, no, you still got to go earn those reps. You got to earn it in practice, got to earn it in preseason. And if preseason we see the old Tyree in preseason, and you're getting beat by second stringers and third stringers, and you're having linemen that are probably looking better than you, then, maybe come preseason next year, it will be time to – it all depends on Tyree, really. It's all going to be dependent on Tyree come preseason if he stays or goes. But, again, going to give him I'll give him his flowers for this game, though. I'm going to give him his flowers.
You have to, bro.
He balled the hell out. I don't care what anybody says. Y'all cannot take that away from Tyree. He balled the hell out.
Bro, he's the only player that scored besides the kicker. He's the only player that's
the only one that got to the end zone.
Bro.
The only one that got to the end zone.
And honestly, our rookies did a great job. I didn't bring up Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant yet.
Yeah.
But they had good games. I'd be like, a lot of rookies had good games, a lot of hope, man. But like you said, bro, Tyree Wilson gets his flowers. He's the only player that fucking scored. The only player.
Yeah. He deserves it. Deserves it.
At the end 100%. Of the day, bro, what else can you do? He won us the game.
It's like you said, he at least puts himself in the conversation this offseason. Like, what are we going to do with Tyree? Like, it's not like how you said with Kuntz. I think Spytek probably already made up his mind with that. He's like, yeah, we'll let him out. But with Tyree, what do we do with Tyree? Do we bring him back? That's what you want to do, though, to the GMs. You want them to know your name. You want them to be like, man, we might have to think about possibly bringing this guy back, at least in the conversation, because we know this. The NFL is connected. If Tyree doesn't stay with the Raiders, another team might pick him up and be like, you know what, we could probably get the best out of him.
Bro, what has happened with so many defensive players for the Raiders? Demetrio Autry, he's going out there freaking balling out for the freaking Texans. We got all these guys that are all over the league balling out for their teams. And then what do? Oh, we're just going to let them go. Oh, they're a bust. We're such great experts as Raiders fans that we fucking call everybody a bust, and every dude that leaves as a bust becomes a fucking Pro Bowler on the next team.
Yeah, and we notice it comes down, and that's why it comes down to coaching. That's why I want to see what we do at DC, and I would love to give Tyree another shot. At least, come training camp, preseason, and if they keep him on the 53-man roster, man, give him the reps. Like, let's see what let him go out there and prove himself. And if he can't prove himself, then it's time to move on.
Absolutely.
Jay, your mic, we can't hear you, brother.
Sorry, I muted I was doing something. Shout out to my guy Rorschach. He says, yo, Will, Jay, Primos having dinner. Have a great show. I appreciate you, my guys. Salute. Here's Bueno's Tyree's flowers.
Oh.
That withered flower. That's cold-blooded. That is cold-blooded. But hey, you know what? Props to him. He had a great fucking game. Best game of his career. I think this is just going to go ahead and increase his stock. So whether we're going to trade this guy or we're going to keep this guy, we're probably going to keep this guy because, again, this is the last year. He'll be on his 4th year coming up this next season coming up. So that'll be his. Again, we can invoke the 5th year option if we can't come up. We can't trade him away. We can give him another year, see what we have there. And then ultimately, if he regresses, then it's most likely he's going to be parting him ways. If not, then this might be something where, okay, we can either trade away or we can go ahead and really develop him to be, a presence out there. And so one thing is that he's improving. The rate of improvement is just super slow. It's super slow.
Yeah.
So there is improvement there. It's just so snail-like. And that's the problem. When you drafted number 7 overall, you should already been at that level like 2 seasons ago. So for him not to be there, yes, I know he was injured year 1, but hey, you got to be out there. You gotta put on performances like this consistently, and that shows that you're the number 7 overall pick. But he hasn't shown it up to this point. So, but maybe again, there can always be a silver lining. Either he develops into the guy he's destined to be, or at least enough where we can go ahead and get some draft capital for him, either in this draft coming up or next year's in 2027, which will be another huge year for us on top of that as well. Because, sorry to piss on everybody's cereal, but this year coming up in 26 is not going to be the year that you guys might think. Are we gonna win? We're gonna win more games, but not as many games as you think of. We might win three or four more games, and that's realistically putting it. Yeah. Even with Fernando, if we go out and get Fernando or whoever's going to be the quarterback, the game is not going to be a lot. We're still going to be rebuilding. We're still going to be in that process. So 27 is really going to be the year to go ahead and really draft the guys that we need to. And having all the draft capital we can goes a long way. It really does. So I don't know what the future quite holds for Tyree, but hey, at least it's a step in the right direction.
I love the chat, bro. I love the chat, bro. Like, no one up here called him the next best thing, brothers. Like, we're just giving him his flowers. That's it, you guys. We're just giving him his flowers. We're not saying he's gonna be the partner to Max Crosby. We're just giving him his flowers. That's it. And
didn't we also say that we understood he was going against backups, but we have our backups in there as well?
Yeah. And like Will said, what, $6 million? Like, come on, you pay him another $6 million next season. That's
you're not losing anything. Yeah, that's
and Malcolm Kuntz was in a situation. Malcolm Kuntz was becoming a free agent. That's why we had to pay over $10 million for him. $6.25 million is a whole lot of difference between 13 mil a year.
And you're not going to sign Kuntz back. Kuntz proved he didn't live up to that contract. They gave him Spytech gave him a prove it deal. He didn't prove himself out there. It is what it is. Yeah. But you got to get to Will's point. How many times we're gonna watch these defenders go to another well-coaching team that gets the best out of these defenders, and we're watching Devon Diablo kill it for the Atlanta Falcons. We're watching Danico Autry kill it for Houston. Like the only guy I was kind of like surprised to see was Ja'Cory Bennett, like playing poorly in Philly. But my thing is with Tyree, you guys, is coaching. And if the coaches, if he has another shot with a better coach and still can't perform, then it's time to move on. It's time to move on. But I'll leave it at that.
Right, exactly.
I love the chat.
Yeah,
love the name.
with Kuntz, do I see him back? Not necessarily. If we sign him, if we bring him back, it's not going to be at $12 million. It's going to be way fucking less. That's it. That's a big if.
Oh, bro, he's a lost
experience. They might go shop around for another edge guy. Or they might draft an edge guy. You never know.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would draft the edge guy.
That first second round pick. So remember, we'll talk about the draft in a bit, but that second round pick is the first one. So we pick first. So it's like having an additional first round pick.
Because we won now, we don't have it no more. It's like because we have a tie with, I think there's a tie at 4 teams between us, the Jets, and 2 other teams. I don't know if the Titans are there. So now after the first round, every single round we kind of rotate, we flip flop. I think we're picking 4.
I'm not sure. As far as I know, we pick first because we're
either or we're picking in the top 5 in each round. That's what I look at.
So even if it's number 2, that's you're not losing much. That's almost having like an extra first round pick. So it's gonna go ahead and
there's 37.
30 what?
Let's get the 33rd.
Oh yeah, so 4. So that'll be 4.
You pick 4th in the second.
Okay. What are you looking off of?
Well, Ja Raider just put it right there.
Okay. Where do you?
That's the thing. We're still in the top 5. At least, that's what I know. We're still in the top 5 of every round. We're still picking in the top 5. I think round 4 is the only one that we don't have a top 4 pick. I don't know if we lost it or anything, but our 3 picks are probably in the teens in the 4th round.
The chat is killing me. It says 0 confidence in the Raiders getting this.
It'll get more short up.
Bro, what else do you want? I'm like, hold on real quick. The chat just said 0 confidence in the Raiders getting this draft correct. Guaranteed we'll muck this up. What else do you want, bro? We got the first round draft pick. We ain't you just want the team to quit.
I don't blame anyone.
What are you saying that we're gonna pick a safety or something? Some fucking punter in the first. And the number 1 pick, we'll pick the fucking.
We're gonna pick the next Janikowski. We're gonna pick the next Janikowski. Out
of Florida.
Yeah. I would have to do a little bit more research on that second round pick because I'm on Tankathon and they have us at 36.
Oh. Okay.
So I guess we're not getting the first. I guess we're not getting the first second round pick.
Yeah.
So it's either 36
maybe
or 37. It
Sunday night game. I don't know. Maybe it could change.
It could change.
So anything could change. So we'll see.
Yeah. So I don't think that's quite final. So we may go up or down. I don't think we'll go too far down. I think we'll go maybe a spot or two down. I don't think it's gonna be that much. But I wanted to talk about this real quick. ALC came out and helped to win again. We talked about this the other day, and what if AOC comes out and fucks around and wins us the fucking game, and then that's sure enough, that's what fucking happened today. This kid comes out in the second quarter, takes over for Kenny Pickett, who just looked terrible out there. He looked awful. Guy looked fucking broken. I don't know what was going on. I mean, Kenny Pickett was kind of getting lit up there. He was definitely getting pressured, and he just couldn't find that rhythm. He gives up that big interception. I'm glad they didn't get run back for a touchdown. But AOC comes out composed. He didn't look good from the start. He didn't. He had a couple high throws. But once he started kind of handing it off, he started finding a little bit of rhythm. But he made some couple key throws, even though this was not a high throw game. He did make some big throws when it counted, especially towards the end with finding Big Mike to go ahead and set up that game-winning field goal. What are your thoughts with the whole AOC? Obviously he's going into his final year of his rookie deal. Do you guys see him staying with us on a long-term basis? Do you guys think maybe after this year he's gone, or you guys think like, hey, this guy's gonna get shipped out? He's already ran out enough lives. He's gonna be shipped out at some point in the offseason. He's gonna be released or cut. What are you guys' thoughts with AOC, this performance, and his potential future? I'll start with. Okay.
You want me to go first?
I'm
I love me some Super Trooper Farmer out there today, baby. I've been porn stash and everything, bro. I'd be like, hey, for me, I'm going to tell you what I like about this kid is something that a lot of other people don't see. Bro, this guy has already had a turbulent career. He's already had a ton of offensive coordinators. He's already had all these other things, and he don't fucking complain, bro. He don't sit there. You don't see him going out in public and saying, oh, poor me, feel sorry for me. He came in there, man, did what he was supposed to do. And I'm going to tell you like this, bro. Pickett was a lost pick. Yeah. Pickett went out there and really showed that as a 5th round draft pick, he was a lost pick, Primo. And then we look at that. And then when AOC comes in, you felt the energy in the offense. You saw them start trying to attack defense downfield. Yeah. Did he have some bad throws? Did he make some inaccurate? Absolutely. But how many reps has this guy had with the first team or any of those guys? How many times has he run this offense? Very limited. For him to go out there and make those types of throws and get this offense energized to even do anything. I mean, like, bro, how many times have we sat here and said, yo, I feel like that guy on the cartoon that has a stick and is poking the Raiders offense and is asking them to do something. Yep. Just show some remnants, right? And he did a better job than Pickett. At the end of the day, man, to say AOC had a great game and that we're going to make him a franchise quarterback, absolutely not.
Yeah, no.
No.
This doesn't take that off, Mendoza or that talk off the table.
Yeah, this doesn't. But what it does do is say, hey, man, we have a guy that can come in, take some pressure off a starter, get a couple reps, and keep a team at least somewhat coherent. I'd be like, let's be real. He had a better game than Geno Smith has had all season long. Our starting quarterback.
He didn't throw a pick.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you this. Pickett, Geno's likely gone. Pickett is gone. Aiden is the only guy you got in the room until free agency and the draft. That's why I say you might have to lean on him, but he's not going to be quarterback 1 or even quarterback 2. You guys he's another name on that depth chart just so you can have it, just so you can fill the spot at the quarterback position. But yeah, continue. Well, sorry to cut you off, brother.
No, bro, you're right. What you do is you say, hey, you got a guy there that if Mendoza gets drafted, right, can come in and say, hey, Mendoza, you're protected. Because let's be real, we have to look in the offseason and see what we do in the offseason. Mendoza coming here is not the solution to us getting wins. We need offensive line pieces. We need weapons around them. This kid is going to need other things. And that's where people go in and say, oh, yeah, yes. So having AOC is a great benefit for Mendoza because it allows him time to sit there and learn.
Yep.
So go ahead, Primo. I mean, like, you got it, baby.
He's been, the thing is, Aiden has been, the thing is, you guys, we're talking about Aiden. We got to go into this offseason. Let's start it. Who's going to be here? Who's going to not? You got to think about this long term. Would I have Aiden as a long term, even on a long term contract as a backup? No, but rookie deal, you're paying him next to nothing. Why not keep him on this roster for another year? Like Will said, if you draft Mendoza, you're likely going to, well, I don't want to say you're likely going to sit him. I think we can all agree that would probably be the best thing to do is sit Mendoza for a year, let him develop behind quarterback one, and even have Aiden help him along behind the scenes. Aiden has been here for the last 3-4 years. He's taken shot after shot, playing with a terrible offensive line, playing with Brock Bowers being his number one wide receiver, even though he's technically a tight end, and at times with no run game. And even today, Genty had 80 something yards, but it was a grind to get those 80 yards. This offensive line could not block when it came to running the football. Yeah. So Aiden has seen it. Aiden has played with a terrible offensive line. He's at times played with a defense that has made stops, the Christmas game, and a defense that has given up tons of points. He's been on the good, even though there's not been a lot of good in his career, but he's been on that a little bit of good and a lot of bad. All this to say, you guys, other than having a great starter, you guys, you need to have a great backup, a guy that can come in case your starter goes down. He can still win you a couple games. Look at Indianapolis.
A manager.
Look at Indianapolis. 7-1. Daniel Jones goes down. That season was a wrap for them. Once Daniel went down, season was over for them. I mean, you can even say, I think, was Baker hurt for a little bit? Because Bugs fell off too, when 2-7.
I think Baker was for a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So all this to say, you guys, even when Mendoza eventually takes that starter position, you might have to look at, do we keep Aiden as a quarterback too, even at long term? Me personally, I wouldn't. I would try to go upgrade I think you could upgrade at the backup quarterback position, but you guys, a backup quarterback is maybe just as important as looking as a starting quarterback, because injuries happen. Injuries are part of the game. When DC went down, I think I can speak for everyone that our hearts sank, because we knew McGloin wasn't going to come in and win you a game.
Bro, look at
Connor
the Chiefs.
Cook wasn't going to come in and win you a game. Your backup quarterback needs to be able, like Will said, at least to the max be a game manager, at least be able to manage the game and be able to do what Aiden did today. Make some throws, get your team in field goal position, and go kick the winning field goal. It wasn't an ugly game. It was very, very ugly. But what did Aiden go out there and do? He just won, baby. That's all he did. It didn't matter how he did it. That's the thing, you guys. We have to stop putting an asterisk to these wins, because it is just win, baby. Doesn't matter how we did it. Doesn't matter how it looked. Was it ugly? It was ugly. But next season, if we do win, there might be some ugly wins. But at the end of the day, we will take it. If we win the Super Bowl at 1 point, y'all, it could be 2-0. We win the Super Bowl. I don't care. But again, that's far-fetched. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. He won. And if he could come in, let's say your starter goes down, he could win you 3 games. Your starter being out for 3 to 4 weeks, and he could go 3-1. I'll take it. I would be able to take it. But again, if you could upgrade to that position, go ahead and look. Don't just, Aiden is our guy as a backup quarterback. No, go upgrade it. If you can't, bring Aiden back, and you roll him back as quarterback too. Like I said, guys, Mendoza is the guy for me at quarterback 1, at least in the long term speaking. Aiden, he could possibly be a quarterback 2 as a long term speaking.
Yeah. Mind you that AOC hasn't played since preseason. So this is, like we said, this is his debut. It was his debut. And, what I saw is what I expected. I didn't expect a whole lot. And I expected some terrible throws, and that's kind of also what went down. And he made some good throws, and you're right. He played a way better game than Geno Smith for sure. He did not give up a pick. Came close, but it was just he has a better read. So clear difference in between those two guys. I think anybody at this point is better than fucking Geno. I think my grandma would be better than Geno. But
get her out there, Jay. Get her out there.
Oh, not no more. Now I think we're good on that department. Hopefully this offseason. But whatever you want to do. Look, AOC's on this last year of his rookie deal. Another guy, same thing. He's in that same situation. So it doesn't hurt you to keep him on the roster for another year and decide what you want to go ahead and do with them. if you want to go ahead and extend him and keep him on as your backup quarterback, you are able to go ahead and you're able to do that. That's not a bad move. That's actually a semi-smart move. For the reason being that yes, Aiden O'Connell is never going to move the needle. He's never going to get us to the playoffs. But again, he is that game manager. He's familiar with a lot of guys on this team. That continuity does make a difference. And that's why I think he survived this long. I honestly was like up in the air whether he was going to stay on the team this year or not. And I think maybe there was a point where I think he might have come close to being released, but for whatever reason they didn't pull that trigger. But being on that 1 year contract, you have options. You can either, if you want to utilize him as a bridge, you're able to do that. If you want to put him as a backup, have him be there for Mendoza or whoever's going to be the QB, you could do that too. Doesn't necessarily have to be QB3, but he's always going to be that backup quarterback, right? You always have that little wild card in your pocket that you can go ahead and utilize if need be in AOC, right? So again, he does have that big arm. He can go ahead and sling it. Accuracy, as we see, is slightly better than Gino this year, right? So you have that, but I think he's still going to be on this team for this year coming up. I don't think we release AOC at any point in the offseason. Ultimately, that's up to the head coach, whoever comes in next, and the OC, what they want to do there. But I think it's in everybody's best interest, and it doesn't hurt you financially to go ahead and keep this kid on for another year on a rookie deal. Now, I wanted to go ahead and kind of address the chat, on the whole Brady thing, right? So, shout out to Ja. He says he trusts Brady in building an online.
Bro, I don't want no part-time owner doing full-time decisions.
Hold on. Let me go through some of these comments real quick. Brady's in love with them with Mendoza, yes. And I think that's gonna make a big influence. Right. You got people saying that Brady has zero clue. Look at the season. That's also right. But you also got to say this. I don't know. We don't know 100% how much this guy is really involved. I don't think he's really involved as people think that he's involved.
I agree.
I think it's just like a lot of consultative type of conversations that was had in the off season that may also happen from here and there. Brady is not in Henderson all the time, but he's there maybe like once every few months, a couple months, if that.
Maybe during prime time game.
Yeah, he's not there as much as you guys would think. This guy he might have an office, but that office probably closed, 3/4 of the year. Like I don't think he's there as much as everybody thinks he's there. So with that being said, he has his own things going on with Fox, endorsements, all this crap. When he's probably approached for certain scenarios, then he'll go ahead and give his expert opinion or opinion, whatever you want to call it. And that's where, you have that. Now I know there's things that have come out that says he's going to be more involved this year. Right. We heard that. I don't know if people forgot. That was said last year too. And how much involvement we have that. Well, I really wasn't part of that decision-making process with the whole Shador thing. And then you had things come out on Cam Miller, and you had things come out on this thing. You having reports that, the whole Chip Kelly hire was not Pete's hire, was more Brady's hire. So you're having all this shit just come out. So I hope this time around, now that Spytek is here, he's able to go ahead and take the reins and really take control of what's going to happen with this team moving forward with the head coaching gig. And when they find their head coach, that head coach should essentially hire their coaching staff, because this is a staff that he's going to be working with day in and day out, week in, week out, all season long, preseason, training camps, everything. Again, the vision has to be aligned. I'm going to say that until it actually fucking happens. The vision needs to be aligned. It's not aligned. It's all fucked up and bent and crooked and going 10 different ways. And this is why this is the end result, a 3-14 season. I mean, the only positive thing that you can go ahead and really take away from this is now that we beat the Chiefs, and then 2, we got the number 1 pick. And so now we can go ahead and start building something from there. whether you're for, getting a quarterback, if you're for trading back, whatever it is, now we have the power. Now we have the options.
The offseason runs through Las Vegas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Once you get the power, then you get the money. Once you get the money, you get the woman. As Scarface goes, got the ball. So got the ball. Come on.
Nah, man, but with Brady, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. Brady can't be a part-time owner making full-time decisions. Yeah, and that's why we're so dysfunctional this year. For people saying shit like that. Oh yeah, freaking this guy hired by Brady. This guy answers to this guy. Nah, man, I already said it one time, man. There got to be one motherfucker in charge right there. One fucking chief and a whole bunch of Indians answering to that chief. Because at the end of the day, bro, this is why we're so dysfunctional.
Yep.
Chip Kelly had a different vision from Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll had a different vision from Spytek. Spytek had a different vision than both the dudes, and we're all fucked up. I bet a third grade team could go out there, line us up, and beat us down. Yeah, we beat the Chiefs. Yeah, we all talked about it. The Chiefs were down to their third string quarterback. Lots of things that have to be addressed. But for freaking Tom Brady, okay, for people to be saying, oh, Tom Brady's going to be involved. He was involved with Cam Miller too. And that motherfucker's already in Miami. Yeah. So don't sit here and tell me that he's such a great talent evaluator. Tell me. I'll be like, guys, this is what's so crazy. We're using Tom Brady. Yes, he was a great quarterback. But tell me one time that Tom Brady has been a great talent evaluator.
No, can't tell you.
Then why in the hell are we saying?
Yeah.
So tell me why in the hell are we saying, oh, we need Tom Brady to be involved when he hasn't done it one time? Tell me where did he go take his scouting courses at? I'll be like, where's this is where the whole thing comes into play. Tom Brady's an announcer, a commentator, a former player. He's not a scout. He's not a coach. He's not a developer. So, hey, let's just get off that train, man. Let coaches do what they do. Let scouts do what they do. And let GMs do what they got to motherfucking do.
Yep. Yes. Yeah, that's where I'm at, too, is a lot of people are talking about Brady. Spytek, you guys. The pressure is not on Brady. The pressure is on Spytek. I said this about Mark Davis. I'll say about Tom Brady. Brady's still making money off of the Raiders at the end of the day. Mark Davis is still making money off of the Raiders at the end of the day. The guy that has pressure, though, is going to be John Spytek. He's the one that has to go out there and evaluate what coach he's going to bring in. And he has to talk with that coach. What quarterback are we going to bring in? There's a lot of things that he's going to conversate with.
I think this is a prove-it year for Spytek. I think this is going to be the prove-it year. And like my guy Josh says, Spytek no longer has a handcuffs to Pete. I don't know how true that is, but I'm kind of believing that in the sense that there was maybe some friction, and just because Pete has that Pete has a pull, and he can pull rank, and he can be like, not necessarily pull rank, but he has that leverage. Like, hey, bro, I've been doing it much longer than you have. I've been doing it longer. I've been doing this since you were in diapers. That's the type of shit he might say, and what can you say to that? You'll be like, oh, okay, well, we'll go with your gut. What do you think? And sometimes it just goes that way. But I think now if Pete departs and it's really John Spytek's team to run, it's going to be his prove year. This is going to be the evaluation of where we're going to see as far as what he's going to do with the number one pick, who's going to bring in as head coach, and all the transactional moves that's going to happen in the offseason with the free agents as well. So really, this is going to be whether, does Spytek stay here for another 2 years, 3 years. It just depends how much we move the needle in this offseason. I mean, obviously, if we have another 3-14 or maybe a 4-13 season, that's going to be tough to say, right? Because it just depends how we measure it, how the Raiders measure it as well. That front office, I think, is going to be based on performance and then on wins as well, like it normally is. So, I'm excited, but this is definitely Spytek's prove it year coming up for sure. Shout out to guy Wasted in the building. Salute, brother. Thank you for pulling up. and rocking with us on this post game show. They had a fire show earlier with our guy Graf, so make sure you guys go ahead and catch the replay after the show is over. Fire show there for sure. Let me go ahead and move on to the talk. I think that everything that everybody has been kind of waiting for. And we'll also talk about, I know the rookie stepped up today. Again, huge game from Tonka. Ashton Genty had a great game. Piggies showed like Caleb Rogers. I don't know if you guys saw this. Real quick, I'll touch on the O-line. Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant played out there. Charles Grant played 3/4 of the game, unless I might be mistaken. But he was there since the second quarter. Once they made the Aiden O'Connell change, I saw 60 out there. And they were doing pretty well. Well. I saw Charles Grant. They did pretty well. I think Caleb Rogers held Chris Jones for a little while. I mean, eventually you're going to lose. You're going to eventually lose.
Hey, he's a beast.
Hey, that's a war daddy right there, bro. That's a war daddy.
A couple times he held them at bay, and I'm like, oh, shit, what the fuck? Okay, cool. Like, there you go. Rookie out there, like, earning the straps. So that potential, I think, is really high on those two guys. I would definitely love to see more of them, and hopefully they can be a good part in this offseason coming up. Same thing with Tonka Hemingway and JJ Piggies. I hope they stick around. Jack Besh, again, did not get a lot of targets. I think he only had like 1 or 2 targets. Dante Thornton had like 1 target, so they really didn't play a whole big part. They really weren't impactful. But I think it's also the amount of opportunities you give those guys, especially more Jack Bash. I think if you give that guy more opportunities, he's able to go ahead and come through for you in a big way. So hopefully, we get to see more Jack Bash coming up in this offseason. But let's go ahead and go now to the talk that everybody's kind of been waiting for. The Raiders now have the number 1 overall pick. And this was put out by Ian Rappaport earlier today. He says, Raiders are now on the clock after a disastrous season. The Giants win today, secured the number 1 overall pick for Las Vegas. So we officially now have the number 1 pick going into the 2026 NFL draft, and I'm gonna go ahead and put this up. And as you see, oh my bad, I'm on the mock mode because I was trying to but see, you already have Tankathon. You already have Tankathon picking Mendoza number 1 for us. So there you go. Enough said. But there you go. Us clearly number 1, Jets number 2, Arizona number 3, Tennessee at 4, Giants end their season with the 5th overall pick. Cleveland at 6 with their win today. Washington at 7. New Orleans at 8. KC at number 9. They do go up because of the loss. And then Cincinnati at number 10. So there you have it. That is your top 10 for this draft coming up. That may or may not change depending. I think we have the Sunday night game. And I think we have one more Monday night game to go, right?
No,
or is that it? That's it.
Sunday night's the
Sunday night's okay. So I don't know if it may or may not go up. It just depends on the strength of schedule will be the only difference maker. But this is essentially locked in. So obviously we got to talk about. Well, I just kind of gave up a little bit ago, and I'm gonna go ahead and put this up, bro.
I'm about to cook you, Will, in this debate. I'm about to cook you.
Oh my gosh, here we go.
Hey, but I love this. Hey, I love
I
this.
Get
debate.
copyrighted, but I don't give a damn. There you go. Our potential next QB, Fernando. I'm starting the Fernando mania. If you're a Dodger fan, this is a second coming of Fernando mania. This is now for the Raiders. So
El
Fernando
Toro.
Mendoza, El Toro. He might be El Toro, bro. He actually knows what that means. So there you go.
When I heard boys spoke Spanish, I was so caught off guard. I was like, yo, it's a totally different person. Because when you oh, go ahead.
I haven't fully heard him talk Spanish yet. I heard like little words that he's pronounced, but I need to pull up something where I hear him like speaking Spanish.
Yeah, don't be speaking to me in no pocho. Try to get by, bro.
Check his Heisman speech. Towards like the end, he talked, I think, to his grandparents.
Uh-huh.
And bro, you hear the audio of him speaking, and you're like, bro, if I didn't even know it was him speaking. I thought it was somebody else.
It's like if I didn't see a 6'4" white guy.
Like, hey, you forget he's Hispanic. You forget he got some Hispanic blood in there. Like, you forget about it.
He's Cuban, and then his in-laws. So he has in-laws that it's his mom's sister's husband is Mexican, and so they have Mexican on the aunt side, right? And so and he grew up with them as well. So there's this Hispanic heritage all around, and then he has some Mexican culture. He knows what's up, bro. He knows what's up. So there you go. We and
el
we
gordo. Fernando Mendoza.
And I'm start hearing the second coming of Jim Plunkett. Fucking.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Dude. Don't put that on that man yet. Do not do that. Let that boy.
He likes enchiladas.
Hey, delicious, man. Hey, man, I could go for some enchiladas right now.
But yeah, what are you guys' thoughts? Now that we have the number one pick, are we gonna go ahead and go for Fernando Mendoza? Are we gonna go BPA on a different type of position, or are we gonna go ahead and trade down? Which there is that consensus as well. So now we are gonna go ahead and open up that kind of worms, that debate, those talks into having that. So and this is a good problem to have. And this is a good problem to have because if we're last year when we were number 6, we're just like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna trade down? We had similar talks, but now that you have number 1, it completely changes the game. And we were talking backstage, and I said, if Dante Moore declares, I think it's going to change the landscape of the draft for real because now there's options and there's certain things that team's going to do. But what are your thoughts on now having number 1 pick? Do we draft a quarterback? Do we trade back? Do we get a different position? Primo, I'll start with you, bro. What are your thoughts? What do we do at number 1? Put your GM hat on, bro.
Yo, Raider Will. You ready for this debate, brother? You ready for this debate?
Hey, I'm ready, bro. Hey, that porn stash is ready to go, so I'm ready to go.
Bro, you know where I'm at. You draft Mendoza. It's been, look, you can build around the kid in the offseason. I've said it in training camp. The issue not only was Geno bad. Was Geno bad? Yes. He was bad because there was even times his offensive line held up and he still couldn't make accurate throws. He still was throwing interceptions. Is his offensive line bad? Yes, but it started with Brandon Carroll. It started with the coaching staff. It started with making shifts on the offensive line, unnecessary shifts to this offensive line. Was the offensive line great before the shifts? No, but they were serviceable. I was expecting, okay, you draft Genty, you go in there with JPJ as the center position, Meredith at guard, Parham at guard, Miller at left tackle, Glaze at right tackle. You're good. But then you're making a center, you're making a guard play center that never played center in his life. Fuck, you're making 2 guards play center that never played center in their lives in Kappa, and now it's Kappa. So it started with coaching for me. When it comes to the offensive line, I look at coaching was the problem. Do they still need to address it? Yes, they do. But are we going to act like Caleb Rogers didn't get drafted? Charles Grant didn't get drafted? And is it not like this offensive line was bad and they never seen the field and then they finally see the field and they're out there performing? Like, I think we got something with them, at least depth pieces wise. This year, you could go look at Tyler Linderbaum if, again, we're monitoring what's going on in Baltimore on that situation. Right. But if he comes out, I'm giving him the bag. He's like, 25 years old? Bring him in to be your anchor at center. Then you could have JPJ if you want to keep him at guard, move him to the left guard spot, have Colton Miller at left tackle. Now you got a strong left side with Colton Miller, JPJ, and Tyler Linderbaum holding it down. Run Genty to the left side 20 times if you have to. And you still can see what you got in Caleb Rogers at the guard spot if you believe Parham and Meredith are not good guards. And you have Glaze, who took snaps at the guard position a few times. So you could even do that. And same with Charles Grant. Charles Grant could get moved from a tackle to a guard. There's so many things. You got 3 guys that are very versatile on this offensive line, but it's going to come down to this, the coaching. The coaching. Can you get a good offensive line coach that can coach these guys, develop these guys to bring the best out of them? Is Mendoza going to need blocking? Yes. But I would rather already have my quarterback on the roster going into 2027, because let's talk about trading back. The Giants wanted the number 1 pick because that was probably their plan to trade back. But why can't they do that? They got Jackson Dart, a young quarterback they can build around. Cam Scatterbury, a young running back they can build around. Malik Neighbors, a young wide receiver they can build around, along with the defensive pieces they can build around as well. So they can get all that draft capital that they want. The Raiders, we said it time and time again, we need a whole lot of shit, but it starts with quarterback number 1. And we've been not addressing the quarterback the right way for the past 4 years since DC has not been here. And we talked about it even the time when DC was here. We kind of seen the writing was on the wall that he wasn't going to be here for maybe another 2 or 3 seasons. At least back in 2018, I think I seen the writing on the wall. And 2019, 2020, and 2021, he started balling out. But you started seeing that writing on the wall to maybe go to the draft. I'm tired of the Jimmy G's. I'm tired of the Geno Smiths. I think I can speak for everyone. We need a young quarterback to come in here and give this nation some hope, because addressing it by trading for Geno Smith, hell, Will said it, wasting a 5th-round pick on Kenny Pickett. Like, we need to stop making moves like that.
Yeah.
You have the first overall pick. Who knows when you're going to be in the top 3 again? I know we're a bad organization, you guys, but think about it. This is the second time since that Jamarcus Russell pick we've been in like the top 3. For the most part, we've been picking at 4, 5, 6, 7. We've been bad, but we haven't been so terrible that we have been in the position to have the first overall pick. I think you don't F around. You go get your quarterback, and you could still build this thing 2 to 3 years. Is he going to come in and make it a playoff contender? No, you guys. I'm not saying Mendoza is going to come in, throw for 4,000 yards, 40 touchdowns, win a playoff game. No, but he's the head of the he's the head of the state. He's the leader in the locker room. He's the most important position on the football field. Why do you guys think the MVP goes to the quarterback every single season? It's because the quarterback is the most important position on the football field. That's why they're the most overpaid. I'll say overpaid because some of these quarterbacks are getting paid insanely. But that there is the reason why they're overpaid is because they're playing the quarterback position. And that I'm not saying Mendoza is going to be elite, but you need to give this offense some hope. You need to give this fan base some hope. And it starts by drafting the quarterback. And if you miss, hey, you keep drafting until you get it right. Shit, I would double dip. I think Grab brought it up in his life. Do you double dip at quarterback in this draft? And possibly you could. You might have to consider that.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Will? What do you feel that we should do with that number 1 overall pick?
Well, Dino, hey, with Primo, bro, he wants everything and wants to go to Disneyland too. Right now, bro, the first thing the Raiders need to do is address the head coaching position and who's going to be the offensive coordinator. First things first. Let's be honest. I'll be like, if we got Pete Carroll at the helm next year, fuck no, I don't want to draft Mendoza. I want to move back. This guy is not somebody that I want developing my quarterback, because you're going to have Brennan Carroll running your freaking offensive line. You're going to have the same run game coordinator that sucks ass. The freaking backup or the freaking quarterback's coach sucks ass. So guess what? Hell no, I don't want Fernando Mendoza anywhere near those guys. Now, whoever you bring in, right? If you bring in a Kingsbury, if you bring in a guy of that quality that has been proven that he can bring in with a quality quarterback,
yes,
then you have to, like exactly like Primo said, we have to address the offensive line and free agency. If the offensive line is not addressed in free agency, I love you, Primo, but I don't see Caleb Rogers. I don't see Charles Grant really being cornerstone pieces for this offensive line for the next 5 to 6 years, starting next year. I see these guys as filler pieces that are going to develop into players that can be into those positions. Give them 2 or 3 years and they'll be there. But to have Fernando Mendoza back there with this offensive line, throwing it to Trey Tucker, I'll be like, and then Brock Bowers. Yeah, you'll have Bowers, you have Mayer, But again, you're putting this kid in a position to lose. So we have to address the head coaching position. If you do want to draft Mendoza, I'm all right with it. But we have to address so many other positions that at first starts with who the fuck is going to tell him what play he's going to run and develop him and show him what he's going to do. Because we can sit here and say till we're blue in the face, oh yeah, Fernando Mendoza, this guy, that's the fucking Pedrito, freaking Joe Montana, Dan Marino, bro. We could say whatever name, but it all matters who's making the play calls, who's coaching them up. Yeah, you got to bring in grandma as a head coach, bring in grandma, whoever it is. But with the first round draft pick, what I have to do first is assess who's the head. I mean, like I said, with Pete Carroll, that worries me.
Look, and I'm gonna put up this this comment by TBD, and I haven't liked TBD's comments, but hey, it's all good. I still respect them. Carroll will be fired tomorrow. This is probably likely, bro. I think the writing has been on the wall. I don't see Pete being here, bro, in the offseason. And he's also kind of alluded to that. But there's reports that it's going to most likely happen at some point. I think they're going to go ahead and let him, cherish his win and taking his win, because either way, he went out and won that big game versus the Chiefs. And if you know our history, we fucking hate the Chiefs. So, and Mark does too. So that's a big win either way. Does it save him from getting canned? No, it does not. But at least they'll go ahead and let him, taking that win. I think the parting of ways is bound to happen with the pick and them not being on the same page all season long, especially in the off season last year. You can't trust Pete Carroll with an important pick like this, right? And as far as and I think, and I can't say 100% sure because I'm not in the front office, but the front office pretty much sees, what Spytek did as pretty much not being a failure. Like majority of the picks have worked out. Mind you, that we lost, but we released him a lot, and then Cam Miller got poached off the practice squad. That's what's gonna go ahead and potentially happen if you put somebody in the practice squad that can get poached. There's certain rules, like if you're gonna go ahead and pick a guy from another team's practice squad, you gotta put him on the active roster. That's always a potential to happen. But other than that, we talked about Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant, Tonka Hemingway. Obviously Genty's doing his thing. He came close to breaking that 1,000 yards, but a lot of it also is he didn't have an offensive line, right? And guys like Jack Besh that show promise. You have Dante Thornton that needs work. Maybe something in the future. Don't know. That could be a coaching thing. You have Darian Porter that has done pretty well despite not having great coaching this season. But it only has been in the position for 2 years. It's only done corner for 2 years and is operating at an elite level. I think the sky is a ceiling for. There's no ceiling for that kid. I think he can be a big thing. But with that said, I think they trust Spytek to go ahead and really take the reins in this offseason. Now, if we're thinking what's going to happen is going to happen, I'm going out there and getting our quarterback. Plain and simple. I think even if you bring a defensive-minded coach, which could happen, I think the issue is so evident you cannot not draft a quarterback. I think we're in that position. Like, go out and draft a quarterback. You let Spytek go ahead and work with whoever's going to be the head coach and the offensive coordinator to start building the offensive line. And again, I see all the comments or how are you going to put Mendoza out there with non-offensive line? Well, guess what? Free agency is before the draft. You have time to go ahead and get your pieces in free agency. You don't have to draft all your offensive linemen in the draft. You don't have to draft all the key positions in the draft. You also use your free agency to go ahead and address part of those positions as well. You go out there and get talent. Whoever's out there for talent for certain positions, that's who you go out there and get, right? Or you get the next best thing. That's all between the GM the head coach to work together to build this team together correctly, right? A lot of these championship teams do that. Philly did that. They drafted really well, but they also got certain pieces in free agency to go ahead and go into their Super Bowl run. So the blueprint's there. It's just you have to go ahead and be able to apply it correctly. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. And I think that's our problem, is that we try to reinvent the wheel a lot of the times. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, and Jay, honestly, to tell you the truth, that's the reason that you said that we have so many holes is the reason that I'm all right with the GM making a decision to get more ammo, just like Chicago has, just like a lot of organizations have, to trade back and get it. Because yes, I understand that Mendoza is a key player in a key position, but we have so many holes that if this isn't addressed in free agency, and tell me, what players do you really see lining up and saying, I want to be a Raider. I want to go play for who? I mean, like, literally, we're expecting Pete Carroll to get fired.
Yeah, bro. But if you're also hitting free agency, you're out there testing the market because you want to get paid, bro. So if they're able to go ahead and make the right offer, then that's dependent on your GM to go ahead and make those type of deals. Then that's gonna happen, bro. Like we've seen like moves that were like, why are you here? You know, and hey, they got paid, plain and simple. And when you've been in the league for so long, sometimes it's like, okay, priority is maybe depending on your financial situation for some of these guys is like, I need to get a bag. That's more important to me to go ahead and go out there and be competitive or win a ring, right? It happens all the time. We've
had a lot of free agency money for a couple of years now, Jay. Ain't nobody want to come here. But we don't. It's not about it's
not about coming over here. And nobody wants to come here. Is the fact that we went out and did bargain shopping at Ross, dog. That's essentially what happened, dog, dude. We had
who wanted Jamal Adams? Like, let's ask that. Who wanted?
Hey, bro, we signed Christian Wilkins.
Mekhi Becton was out there, and we whiffed on that dude. We had the money to.
I'm not saying we didn't whiff, but we also signed big time money for Christian Wilkins, and we whiffed on that dude.
Well,
he's out there kissing other dudes in the practice room.
But at the time, you can't say that. You can't say at the time of the signing it was a bad signing. No one knew he had a feet fetish with his teammates. You know, like so. It's like what I say about the Henry Ruggs draft pick. Like we can't say Henry Ruggs was a bad draft pick because we didn't know the situation was going to happen. I'll say the same thing about Wilkins. The Wilkins signing wasn't a bad one by Telesco. It was just unfortunate events that you didn't know this situation was going to happen, and it's just unfortunate.
That was Randy Moss.
It's just
Warren Sapp.
That's the thing. Like you'll sign guy like. Bro, Tyler Linderbaum could come here and the next thing you know, get a DUI in Vegas because it's Vegas. You know, like situations happen, but the thing is, scared money don't make money. Like, or you're not gonna get DUI in Kansas City, bro. Like we always get on our teams about not spending money. Now we don't want them to spend money. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, they can get DUIs anywhere, bro. Like my thing is this: I know the temptation's a little bit more there because it's Vegas, but at the end of the day, we've seen shit come out from like Miami, Dallas, fucking I don't know where, like some buffalo, you know, wherever these guys live at, on shit that they fucking do when they're not even like in the city like Vegas, right?
Yeah.
So I think that Vegas factor is just a little bit like,
and the no income tax
is a little bit like overhyped, right?
Kind of plays in a part too when it comes to the negotiations.
I think that does. I think that is the, you know,
that's like the icing on the cake right there.
Yeah, that's the icing on the cake, sweet in the pot type of thing. Because when you're talking about, you know, several, like I'm talking about like $100,000 or somewhere around that range in tax money, it makes a difference, right?
100%.
Yeah, and they get paid, and the way it works for all that is based on the times they play in the state. So every time they play basically the home games, or if they go to a different state that has the same rules where they don't have a state tax, that also applies to them and they'll get taxed. But they get taxed on if they go play away like in California or wherever, they'll get taxed still. But, you know, those those games, those 9 games, 10 games that you play at home, like that's not getting taxed. You're getting it tax free. So, which is always a plus,
Well,
right?
state tax. Yeah.
The state tax, not federal.
Yeah.
Man, I wish that's a whole
Federal,
different
they're
other
gonna get you. The
Yeah.
government
Yeah.
always gets their money, bro.
Oh, they always gonna get their money for sure, for sure. Yeah, my thing is this: like, whoever's gonna be the head coach, obviously, I'm thinking that the Raiders are probably gonna be leaning towards somebody offensive minded, and I think if they want Mendoza, which I'm hearing rumors that I think that they're very high on the kid, it's probably gonna be that they're probably gonna go in that kind of similar direction to have the vision aligned. Again, the vision has to be aligned. So whoever that's gonna be for, if we go for Mendoza and then draft somebody in the second round of a certain, whether we're gonna go offensive lineman or we're gonna go defense, and that's all going to be determined by the next regime. So, I want to go into this part and still staying with the total draft talk. But do you think it is officially Pete last? This was Pete's last game. Do you think he's getting clipped tomorrow or sometime this week? This is the last time we see Pete Carroll here. Is it going to be drama when it happens? Like, what are you guys thinking? What are you guys' thoughts about Pete and last time potentially see him in silver and black?
I think it is. I think the writing was on the wall. It's his decision making. I think that kind of put him on the hot seat. I'll go back to this offensive line. The offensive line struggled because of coaching, and it started with bringing his son in, Brendan Carroll in, making a shuffle at the offensive line. Continue to see a bad offensive line week in and week out there, and making decisions that made you scratch your head. Like, why is Stone Forsythe coming in for Colt Miller when you have a tackle that you drafted in the 3rd round, like that you could bring in? Your guards are struggling, but hey, we're gonna have Alex Kappa, one of the worst guards, go in instead of putting again a 3rd round rookie. I would rather you put a rookie out there than people who already proved that they're not the players you think they are, Pete. And then just putting all basically dying on the hill that Geno Smith is a good quarterback. You made Chip Kelly the scapegoat, even though I'm not saying Chip Kelly called good games. He called very, very questionable games. But your guy, Geno Smith, led the league in interceptions. Your guy, your son, Brendan Carroll, had one of the worst offensive lines, one of the worst rushing attacks in the league. Your son, Nate Carroll, is the quarterback's coach. And again, your quarterback led the league in interceptions. Yeah. Your defense is trash. Your linebackers, Jamal Adams, you brought in. Caillou Blue Kelly, another guy that you started over Darian Porter, who Spytech drafted. You didn't start him. You started Caillou Blue Kelly, who was getting cooked week in and week out, so much so he was leading the league at one point in yards given up. So it was for me, it was the decision makings. That's why what put him on the hot seat. Yeah. And continuing, and then not to mention his pressers, talking about practice, like, oh, I'm treating the games like practice. Like, did anyone tell Pete we in the regular season? Like, this ain't practice, homeboy. This ain't preseason. Like, we're in the regular season now. Like what are you talking about here? So I think it was his last game. I think Spytech, a lot of people I was seeing, why is Spytech not saying anything? Why is he not coming out giving his opinion on the season? And I believe it is. I think Spytech was just letting Pete putting himself out there to dry.
His own grave, yeah.
I'm gonna stay out of this. Pete, continue doing what you're doing. And I think Spytech was sitting back like, yo, Pete, you might be giving me the number 1 pick all the way out. So I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut, keep doing what you're doing, give me that number 1 pick, and I'll give you your pick. And I think it's gonna be respectable. I don't think they're gonna do him dirty. I think it might come out tomorrow that Pete retired or he's making it his last season. I don't think they're gonna fire him. If they do, it will be shocking. But But I think they'll try to give him the benefit, or not the benefit of doubt, but try to let him go out on his note and just say, like, hey, I'm resigning. I'm taking a step away from the game. I'm going to go enjoy my retirement and let the Raiders get ready for the future.
Yeah, for sure.
I agree. We cannot have him going into next season with this number one pick.
Yeah. We can. That's organizational malpractice for sure. Real quick, salute to everybody in the building. We have over 100 in the building. Salute to everybody. Make sure you guys head on over, hit that like and subscribe button. Not only on this channel, but all the channels you see on here. My guy, Silver and Black Radio Podcast, and then my guy, Raider Primos, who is to my right on your screen. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button, hit those likes for more fire content, for more Raiders coverage. Hey, trust me, we're if y'all think that the news is gonna stop now that we're going on to the off season, it is about to start heating up. This happened last year, if you guys forgot. So make sure you guys stay tapped in on all on all the channels. When I hear practice, bro, I go back and remember when fucking Will came out with Allen Iverson.
Practice? We talk about practice, dog. Practice.
Bro, when I heard it, that's what I immediately think. I'm like, it's not the same context, Pete. I don't know if you was trying to pull your little AI bag, but not the same context, dude. Not the same context.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's funny.
What?
I think, but I think it's gonna be Pete's last hurrah. I it is what it is. It sucks that he had to end it off on a low note. I guess you can go off saying, hey, he won the last game of his career, which is great. I think probably the best way you can probably have it. So, but yeah, I don't see Pete being here. I agree. It's a lot of the decision making was not there. It was very questionable at times. You had the front office also questioning it at times as well. So when you have the front office, not just us as the fan base or content creators, if you have your front office question some of the fucking moves you're making, there's some shit that's going to some shit's afoot. So I think that's exactly what happened here with Pete. They didn't obviously once. The performance on the field was a big indicator as well. So it wasn't just the fact that we were losing games. The style that we were losing the games as well was a big indicator that the team was not going in the right direction. We started knowing that week 2, and it just kept getting worse from there. And, at some point we thought, hey, maybe this is going to be at a point that we probably, get our shit together and go back up. No, we just kept getting worse and worse and worse. So, I think it's just it was something that just did not work out, and sometimes that just kind of happens, and it sucks that we had to go through this awful season. But again, we're getting something out of it at the end. But I don't think he's here by the end of the week. I think he's gone. What do you think, Will? He's gone, or do you think he stays? You think he lives about another day?
Bro? Hey, you guys just listed off every single reason why Pete Carroll won't be here. I'd be like, did you guys just listen to your list? Y'all motherfuckers talk for 15 minutes each. It's like 30 minutes of just shit. Look, the proof is in the pudding, guys. We're 3-14. We said last year, there's no way it can get any worse. We're fucking worse this year. Bro, so at the end of the day, it's better to
make AP look good.
Yeah.
Bro, at the end of the day, that's exactly right. We had shit performance. We had shit all season. We got BTA. Bro, we got brutally BTA'd. There should have been some freaking assault charges on those teams because we got our asses beat so badly.
Oh, no, they covered themselves by taking a knee over the 2-minute warning.
Literally, the Chiefs in the third quarter of the first game, kneeling it. Bro, come on. This straight BTA all season lets you know exactly why Pete Carroll won't be here. Bro, we getting 60 yards a fucking game on offense. Your son
wasn't it 40 at one point? It was like 41 point. I remember.
It's bad.
Yeah, against the first Chiefs game, there was like 3 first downs. Like, bro, the offense.
It was terrible. So literally, tell me, what did Pete Carroll do to stay? Not a damn thing.
Nothing.
I'd be like, look, we talked about he brought Dylan Forsythe. Hey, man, good job. He gave up the most freaking sacks the whole season, and he didn't even start every game.
Exactly.
Guess what? You brought your son to coach the O-line. He did such a great job with our bookends that they're number 1 and number 3 in giving up sacks. Bro, he's the run game coordinator, and it looks like freaking Ashton Genty has to be Barry Sanders to get 2 yards.
No, like I said, he rushed 80 today. Like, bro,
Exactly.
he got
87, yeah. 87.
Bro, and
He
how
grinded
many
for
people
that
did he
87
make
too.
miss?
Yeah.
And then your son is Geno Smith, pick up Palooza. We were putting down bets that he was going to throw pick sixes for the opposite team. He threw more pick sixes than he did touchdowns. I mean, like at the end of the day, Pete Carroll did a whole bunch of shit wrong. Fucked up. He tried to play daddy ball. Bro, like the writing's on the wall. If the Raiders even allow this man to do a freaking meeting, shame on them. You know what? You let him freaking be happy. Tomorrow morning, I expect security to be in that motherfucker's office, packing up his shit, 8 a.m. sharp.
Heck no, I don't even want his car to work.
slacking.
I don't want his key car to work.
Hey, the key car won't work. Have his shit packed.
What was it?
Yeah.
Later Nation, let's not fuck around. Hey, let's not fuck around.
The taser that
jet ski car where it didn't work.
Yeah.
Bro, I want his little box outside saying, thank you for your service. Here's your shit. Get out.
Yeah.
Bro, that's exactly what needs to happen.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, if you want to start over, if you want to start fresh, Pete Carroll isn't bringing nobody. Bro, Pete Carroll is he's about 3 days late for his own funeral. So at the end of the day, you bring in a rookie quarterback with Pete Carroll?
It's not going to work.
No. You got to bring in a young guy that is offensively creative, that can engage with the young man. And if that's what you want to do, if you are really looking at Mendoza, like we said, you address the O-line. You have to address defensive pieces too, guys. We got to look at that too. We are literally only talking offense, but the shit on defense is horrendous. Bro, we need some guys that can tackle. We need some guys that can create some havoc. I'd be like, we don't got no, bro.
We literally got no safety.
Darian Porter, I'd be like, I love you guys, but we need an upgrade in the secondary. We need upgrades everywhere.
Yes.
So, hey, we got to look at it like this. Raider Nation, this is an investment in our future. Whatever happens, if we get more pieces, then we've got more pieces. If we draft a quarterback, then we better be fucking ready. And let's not sit here and waste another draft pick and not be ready for him.
Yep.
To not address the O-line and you draft Mendoza and you're going to tell me that we're going to run with rookies on the O-line? It's a fucking plan for disaster. Put some guys that are worth, put your money where your mouth is, and put some guys of worth up there. Like we said, we got to address the center position. You want to bring in the best center? I don't give a fuck. Bring him in.
Yep.
Want to bring in the best right tackle? We better pay it up, back the big stuff. Do it. But DJ Glaze ain't cutting it. And don't tell me Dylan Forsythe is the future.
Yeah.
So I'll be like, trash is trash. You got to take it out. And I want Pete Carroll to pack all his crap, all of it, bro. His sons, his grandma, whatever fucking pictures he had on the wall. Get all that shit out. 8 a.m. sharp. I'm calling you Spy Tech right now. 8 a.m. sharp. You better be at work, motherfucker. Fucking packing that motherfucker's bags and getting them the fuck out.
Yep.
Hey, real quick, Hummer has a real good point. I forgot about that too. Pete, defensive head coach, worst tackling I've seen. We probably statistically the worst year in tackling we've had in a long time. I don't even know.
They're over there playing two-hand touch out there.
Yeah. Yeah. So
But we have more missed tackles than made tackles.
Yeah.
Literally. I see
You
some
know.
guys miss 3 tackles for every one. We're 25%. And they starting.
Yeah. and that I'm glad that today was flipped around and Chiefs were pretty bad at tackling. And we're decent, but yeah, normally we're fucking leading the way in that department for sure. I want to ask you guys. Well, I don't know. Let me ask Greenwood. We have enough time? I wanted to play a little.
Oh
game.
no, bro, let's keep it going. I'm ready.
All right, cool.
Bro, can you not see the cafecito, bro? He got it going. All right.
He said maybe.
I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at the chat, and I'm like, bro, I'm about to debate with every single one in the chat.
There you go. He's getting them fired up. All right. So since we're talking about the future, and we obviously, a lot of people, including us, we don't see Pete being here by the end of the week, and this is potentially his last game as the Raiders head coach. That brings up the question: who's going to be the next guy? And so I'm going to go ahead and make this a little fun game, a little segment on hate it or love it. And I play, and if you guys didn't tap into Good Morning Raiders yesterday, I played this game. We're going to go ahead and run it back with these two guys, and I want to go ahead and get their takes on it. So we're going to do hate it or love it, head coach's candidate, dating game edition. Here we go. I'm not gonna play the song because I don't get copyright, but I'm gonna do it by mouth. Give him a big gaming, dating game kiss. Well,
What's that?
give him a big dating game kiss.
Oh, what the? You want what?
Give him a big dating game kiss.
Yeah,
Well,
to me. Mwah.
No, to the audience, bro.
Mwah, bitches. I love my bitches and I love my haters.
There we go. See, I made these guys throw kisses at you guys. There you go. I'll just fuck with you guys. All right, so let me go ahead and do this game. We're gonna go ahead and do it. It's basically hate it or love it. There's no end. There's no middle. If you're on the fence about it, you gotta choose one. Either you hate it or you love it. That's it. If you slightly like it, then you would choose love it. If you're not feeling that, I would choose hate it. And everybody in the chat, we got over 100 people in the building. Participate. Let's have some fun. So I'm gonna put the first guy up. All right, and you guys recognize that this is Joe Brady. He is the current offensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills. Would you guys hate it, or would you guys love this move if we were to go ahead and bring in Joe Brady? Primos, I'll start with you. What do you think? Hate it or love it?
Damn, this is like hate it, because I would rather have him as an offensive coordinator. I'll say that. I would rather have him as an OC. Will he come to be the OC for the Raiders? I don't think he will take, basically the same position that he has with the Buffalo Bills. Nor do I think the Buffalo Bills let him go to take another position at offensive coordinator. I would hate it because I don't think we've seen in the past with him as a head coach not really have a lot of success, and he's killing it as offensive coordinator with the Bills. Right. We've seen it. We see. Look at what Josh McDaniels is doing with Drake May in New England. Some people are just really, really good coordinators and terrible head coaches. And I think Joe Brady would be one of those guys. I would love to bring him in as an offensive coordinator to pair up with the young quarterback. But hey, if he gets hired as a head coach, I'm not gonna lie. I go with the process, but I hate it. I hate it.
What about you, Will? Hate it or love it on Joe Brady?
Man, this is where I wish we had like a medium, right?
Yeah.
like literally, I'm not like enamored with it. One, I think he benefits from having Josh Allen as his fucking quarterback, and any freaking offensive coordinator having Josh Allen is like a fucking cheat code.
What's up,
I mean, the guy makes plays that other guys can't make. So when I look at that, I say I would pass on Brady. The reason is not because he's not wouldn't be a good head coach. But for me, he's being masked up. Like a lot of the things that he does wrong are masked up by Allen. It's not that he made Allen. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, Josh Allen is a high quality player.
So
that
it's
has
like
been able to mask a
Brady.
lot
It's
of
like
things.
Brady with Belichick type of scenario, right? Like
Yeah,
Brady
that's for
made
me.
Belichick.
Yeah, that's what I feel like there.
Yeah. And like he had a pretty good game today. Which he had Trubisky falling out there today. That's why I think OC. I as a head coach, not really. I think he's better as an OC than a head coach.
Yeah. I love it. I would like for Joe Brady to be the head coach if they decide to go ahead and bring him in. My he's not my top pick. He's not, but that is if they make that move, I am definitely not hating that move. I would definitely like to go ahead and see what he can do and put a team together. He's gonna have, you could say, you can hide behind Josh Allen's skills and whatnot and his performances, but guess what? We're about to bring in our own fucking version of Josh Allen, right? I'm not making that comparison, but
Whoa!
quarterback. I'm an elite quarterback. So now he's gonna have another elite quarterback to
you're
work with.
already calling him elite?
Stop it.
Hey, I love Mendoza, Jay, but I ain't going.
Come on, Jay.
Stop it. We're not doing that. You know what I mean? We're getting a blue chip quarterback. So he'll have another Josh Allen type of guy that he can go ahead and work with and see what he can go ahead and do. So I'm not hating the move. That's what I'm saying. So I'm loving it because I like it, but not my top guy. I'm gonna move on to this guy. Mike LaFleur, offensive coordinator for the Rams. You guys hate it or love it. Will, I'll run with you this time. Do you hate it or love it?
Hey, baby, if you need to go to Paris, hey, we'll book a hotel in Paris. Whatever you need to get you here, let's get you in there like slimwear, baby. I love me a guy from the McVay tree. These guys are, they have a lot of ingenuity. He's young, he's talented. One thing I would like to see is if we do bring in a young head coach, we do need to bring a seasoned defensive coordinator or a seasoned offensive coordinator to help him out on the staff. I don't want to run into the same thing we did with AP, and I don't want 10 head coaches to come in there either. I'm talking about two guys, one your offensive guy, one is your defense. I love it though. I love it. I take it.
I love it. Okay. Rose, what do you think?
I love it. I love it. And also, quick comment on Joe Brady. My bad. He wasn't a head coach. I don't know who I was thinking of. He was not a head coach at all.
Dabble.
I don't know who I was thinking of. But does it change it? No. I think he's a better offensive coordinator than head coach. But for Mike LaFleur, I love it. Going back to his coaching history, he was under Kyle Shanahan as a wide receivers passing game specialist for the Niners, and then now being with Sean McVay. Like, you're talking about probably two of the best head coaches that are in the game right now. Say what you want about Kyle Shanahan about not winning a Super Bowl. Just the Niners being in the playoffs with the injuries that they've had, like, you got to give your flowers to Kyle Shanahan. So for Mike LaFleur to basically learn under Kyle Shanahan and now Sean McVay, I mean, he has that offense for the Rams balling out this year. They literally, I think they put belt to ass against Arizona today. Has Puka Nacua playing out of his mind, along with Devontae Adams resurrecting his career after with a shit show with the Raiders. Matthew Stafford possibly winning the MVP, and has a guy, Ryan Williams, at one point who was a backup to, I don't know who their starter was before Ryan Williams, but I know Ryan Williams was their running back too, and now he's their starter and has Corum balling out there too. Again, of course, Sean McVay is more part of the play calling, but to say that Mike LaFleur does not have any, is not basically learning from a guy like Sean McVay and really gaining some intel from him, I would really be excited to see what Mike LaFleur can do as a head coach with the Raiders given the shot. And I think quarterback will be on the wall, writing on the wall. And number one, you bring in a Mike LaFleur in. And shoot, look what his brother's doing in Green Bay, and he got a young quarterback out there in Green Bay. So you never know.
Yeah, exactly. I love this move. He is my top choice for head coach if they're able to go ahead and bring him into the door. I'm be praying that we get this guy. I think he can do big things. Again, a guy from the McVay tree, offensive-minded guy. So he can definitely go ahead and really help a guy like Mendoza or whoever we draft a quarterback, if that's going to be the move. So for me, I think this would be a great move all around. Again, I hope that if whoever comes in, I just hope they let them go ahead and build their staff out the way that they actually want to and not have any interference, because that's where we run into issues. So I feel that he's going to make all the right moves as far as offensively, to go ahead and put a running game together and put somebody that can work with Mendoza. If that's the move, to go ahead and really develop the kid and get him ready to be NFL ready. But I'm thinking he's basically Mendoza is probably the best prospect out there to be QB ready that you could potentially plug in right away. Ideally, yes, you would like to go ahead and sit that dude, but if you have the right coaching, you might be able to go ahead and take a flyer on putting him out there right away. So yeah, I like Michael for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to this guy, another guy from the Rams, Chris Shula. And Chris Shula, if you guys don't know who Chris Shula is, he is the defensive coordinator for the Rams. And not only that, Shula, hence being the last name, comes from the famous Don Shula. He is the grandson of Don Shula. And then, again, another guy from the McVay tree. So, do you guys hate it or love it? Primos, what do you think? Hate it or love it?
Love it. With McVay, he has worked his way up to the defensive coordinator position. He started in 2017 with the Rams, assistant linebackers coach, went to outside linebackers coach. Basically, he was a linebackers coach until 2021. Then he became the pass game coordinator and defensive backs coach in 2022. Then worked as the pass rush coordinator and linebackers coach in 2023 before becoming the defensive coordinator. We kind of allude to these first-time head coaches, kind of comparing that to AP. We have to remember AP went from linebackers coach straight to head coach. So there was no build-up to that head coach. The thing, Mike LaFleur and Chris Shula, they both worked their way up to become coordinators, and now they're being put as, can they take that next step and be the head coach? And all they need is a shot. And he has that Rams defense creating turnovers, causing havoc. Yes, do they have talent? But since when Aaron Donald left, a lot of people didn't know what that Rams defense was going to look like. And Chris Shula has that Rams defense playing way better than what we could imagine for our Raiders. To Will's point with I think it was with Mike LaFleur, what head coach or what offensive coordinator is he going to bring in? Because he is a defensive-minded coach. So when we're talking about the offense and talking about Mendoza and talking about the draft, your offseason can shift because we're talking about addressing the offensive line, which I believe Shula will still likely do that and conversate with Spytek about, but he is going to be more defensive-minded more than anything. So it's going to matter what offensive coordinator does he bring in. Does he bring in a Brian DeBall, who has been linked to the Raiders, rumors, of course, or does he bring in I allude to this, just bring an offensive coordinator that Chris Shula is like, you can handle the offense, I will take care of the defense. That, like you were talking about, Jay, that they line, they can be co-inherent, that they're not going to have different views, that how Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly were. I love it. Again, he's going to fix that defense, I believe. Will he make him a great defense? Probably not, but we can't lie to ourselves and not say that the Rams defense looks way better than the Raiders defense. So I think he could fix that Raiders defense, and just hopefully he makes a really good decision at the offense coordinator spot, and he can have this offense moving as well.
Yeah. What about you, Will? What do you think? Hate it or love it? Chris Shula.
This is where you got to have medium temp here, bro. This is like a medium temp situation.
You gotta. It's either
I'm
all
not
or
going to say I hate it because I like it because it's a young coach. Okay.
Yeah, yep.
There's the other
Yeah.
things I don't like are one, that he is a defensive side of the ball coach,
Yeah.
and that we need a lot of help on the offense. Like if he was to come in and he has somebody that is potent on the offensive side, and we're like, yo, this guy's creative, this guy does this. Don't give me no fucking Chip Kelly, okay? Give me a guy that's like coming in fresh, coming in hot, because I'll be like, we need something like that. We don't need a retread, right? So with him, that's the one thing that I don't like. And that's why I said we need like a medium heat, man. It really depends on what he's
That's not
bringing.
the second words. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. Okay.
Damn it. Then at the end, I'm going to have to hate it because he's defensive minded, even though that he's young, because he doesn't have the offensive ability to change our offense. Our offense is horrendous. And that's where we struggle the most. So that's why I wouldn't do it. I love the pedigree. I love everything else about him, but he has to bring other things to the table in order for me to like it.
Yeah. I for me, I like it. I love it. Again, not my top pick, but again, a guy from the McVay tree. I'll take that. Would it help our defense? Yes, we'll get bolstered our defense significantly. On the flip side, which the biggest issue that we need help on offensively, I feel that he's been there long enough. He's been working with McVay long enough that he can go ahead and make a smart move on bringing in a talented offensive coordinator to really go ahead and work with a young quarterback if that's the direction that we're going to go, which is most likely probably the way that's going to go ahead and go down, and really put these pieces of this offensive team together. We have some pieces currently, but yes, we do need more. We need some more upgrade on that offensive line. But we have Gente, we have Brock Bowers. Those are pieces that we can go ahead and just start building around, right? So I would love to see, what he could go ahead, who he brings in for that position. But I feel he has the intelligence to go ahead and make a really, really smart move on that decision. But I like it. I'm not mad at it. And I think it's a lot of it because of that McVay name that he's under, right? That he's tied into. I'm gonna move on to this guy, and this is probably, from what I see from the chat, a chat favorite, Clint Kubiak.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Love it.
I love it. Give me some more of it, baby. You want to put some BTA to some teams? This is exactly what we need. You get a young head coach that's creative, that it runs in their DNA. It runs in this motherfucker's DNA to be a coach, to be a good coach, to be an offensive-minded coach. Bro, this is exactly what the Raiders need to do. Back up the Brinks truck. You go knock down the fucking door at Casa de Kubiak, and you pull out the big dinero, and you say, hey, baby, let me get you whatever you need, and we got you. Yes, yes.
I think Will speaks for all of us here. And I think he put the icing on. Yes, was it pretty last night? He put the icing on the cake for me last night. Was it pretty? No. But let's not act like that Niners defense ain't a bad defense. Like, that's a tough defense. With the injuries, they're a mean, tough defense to.
Bro, that's a Robert Saleh defense.
Yes,
that ain't no fucking scrubs out there.
Yes, no matter Fred Warner, no Joey Bosa, I don't care. That defense has been balling all season, and yes, like you said, I don't even know how to say his name. How do you say it, Will? The defense
Robert Saleh. Yeah, put some respect on that motherfucking name.
Robert Saleh, like, he went out there and he beat him. He went out there and beat him. And like I said, it could look ugly. It don't got to look pretty. But if you win and you go out there and the Niners are going to the playoffs. They just beat the Niners to secure the first overall seed or the first seed in that conference. I think I would love Clint Kubiak coming here. And you compare him. He has Sam Darnold. Yes, Sam Darnold's been up and down this season, but Clint Kubiak has continued to bring something out of Sam Darnold that Kevin O'Connell started with the Vikings. And I think Clint could the thing is, you guys with Mendoza, I'm not saying he's an elite, but can you bring in a coach that can bring the best out of him by year 3? Just like how Bill Musgrave did it with Derek Carr when they drafted him in 2014. I think Clint Kubiak could do that. I think Clint could bring the best out of Mendoza and bring the best out of the offense and bring the best out of the team. He seems like a leader on that offense. Yeah, absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. He's the top guy in my book.
Let me add
He's
something
the guy
else.
you got to go as soon as Seahawks. If they get knocked out or they win the Super Bowl right after the Super Bowl, maybe the week after the parade or something, Spytech, get on the phone with this guy. See if you guys could have an early discussion.
I might add something else too. This is the only guy that has been making his own play calls. Look at the list that we just brought up.
Yes.
This man right here, he's the one out there saying X, right, Z, zebra, whatever, and putting out the big cojones and putting some fucking smack that BTA on the whole freaking NFC. So, hey, when we're talking about bringing in a dog, this is a dog. Yeah, bring him in. Go ahead. My bad, Jay. I just had to add that part because I was like,
Yeah,
bro.
the part.
Hey, no, that's a good point though. That's a good point though, Will. That's a really good point.
It's factual, bro. He's the only one. He's the only one making the play calls in the situation, coming up with the game plan, sitting there going through it, looking at his quarterback, and he's not done it just at one spot. He's done it at multiple locations. So he got the experience.
And he's learned under Coach Shanahan as well, too. He was the passing game coordinator in 2023 for the Niners. So he's familiar with Shanahan. So that's another guy coming from another tree that is like, you look at, like, man, how can you not bring this guy in for an interview? I love it. And what I love, Will, he didn't, in that game against the Niners, he didn't overthink it. My run game was working. We're killing them in the run game. I'm going to stick to it. And you got to respect that. Yeah, Darnold's not going to have 100%. All the stats, but what did we say about Pete Carroll and this coaching staff? Why are they overthinking shit? Why are they overthinking it? When things are working, they don't stick to
it. They try to reinvent the wheel a lot, bro. And I'm just like, why try to fix something that isn't broken and just try to do this shit like, okay, we're gonna go ahead and try this revolutionary thing that nobody's ever done and hope to expect it to win, like to work out and win. And a lot of times it was just like utter failure. My thing is this: I love the move. I've seen Clint's work with New Orleans, and I was thinking that we were going to bring him in as an OC last year, and it just didn't work out, right? This is not the first time that the Raiders have their eyes on Clint Kubiak. This is the second go around, so this will be the second go around, I should say. So, and I like Josh's comment. He has a point. He was under Gary Kubiak, Shanahan, and also the McVay tree. So he has three trees he's coming from, and the work is it's in itself. You can see it. Literally, I watched that game yesterday versus the Niners because, I'm over here like, hopefully we can get this the number one pick before we start the game, right? So I'm over here invested in the stupid game for the Niners, and they literally shut down the Niners, 2-3 points, and they were out there like they went out and did what they had to do to go ahead and win, and that's just the way it is, And they were the better team, and that offense eventually started coming alive. You could see, and this is the thing, because I was very, very skeptical with Sam Darnold, because Sam Darnold has been in that position before. He was there in that position the year prior, and he fucking shit the bed. So I'm like, is it going to be a repeat of last year? Or is it going to be something different? And it was something different. He was more poised. He had more focus. And that offense for the Seahawks looked just way fucking better than Brock Purdy and the Niners. That's just facts, right? So I'm for it. I think he's like my number two. He's like my number two guy under Mike LaFleur. It's really a toss up. I'm not hating either one of these moves. So
I got them both at my top 2, but I got Clint number 1 and LaFleur 2.
This is my thing, though. I'm gonna say this, and this has also been thrown out there that there's rumors that he may not want to come out to look for a head coaching gig this year. So there's that. So I don't know how true that is. Obviously, they got to get over the playoffs. Not necessarily get over the playoffs, but because he could still interview. But he might potentially wait until the playoffs are over to go ahead and start going through the interview process on teams if he decides to come out and go for a head coaching gig. So if the move is, or if the front office really likes Glenn Kubiak, they may have to wait a while. We might have to wait till February. We don't know. It just depends how things go, right? So that's just some food for thought, because I know I have a few people on the chat that are all about Clint, and that's another thing. So we don't know whether he's going to come out, and if he's still mulling over that decision, he might just be solely focused on the playoffs. So we might have to wait until maybe their playoff run is done to find out whether or not he wants to go ahead and pursue that. And 2, can we go ahead and bring him in for an interview? So it's a little bit, there's some process to it. So we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and bring in this guy as the next guy. Cliff Kingsbury, he came out this prior week on potentially being a candidate again for the Raiders, but this time as a head coach. What do you guys think? You guys hate it or love it on this guy? I'm going to start with Will. What are your thoughts? Do you hate this or do you love this if they were to bring in Cliff?
I'm going to end up fucking regretting this. But I fucking hate it, bro. I hate it because I can't love it right now, because he already has had his time as a head coach, and we saw what he did with the Cardinals. And I already have had this situation with Josh McDaniels where we fell in love with this offensive coordinator guru, and then he comes to the team and he tears the team apart, and it looks like shit. And we draft this number 1 quarterback like Kyler Murray, and Kyler Murray looks like a fucking 3rd grade bum. So I feel like at the end of the day, I like it as a coordinator. I hate it as a head coach. Fuck no for me.
What about you, Primos? What are your thoughts? Do you like Cliff as a head coach over here?
This is like one word for real, bro. You got to be like having this middle, like it's like, but to
there's
Will's
no middle.
Point,
There's no hater or love it.
To Will's point, he was 28-37 with 1 tie as the head coach for the Arizona Cardinals. He had 1 playoff appearance in 2021, and they started the season what? Didn't they start the season hot, like 11, like 9-0, 10-0, something like that, and then like lost in like next 7 out of their next 8, including the wild card game against the Rams. So he definitely, and then got fired in 2022. I agree with Will. I think this is, again, one of those situations where he has been given a shot as a head coach. He was given time in Arizona, and it just didn't work out. And you can even see it even with Washington as an offensive coordinator. I think what you said about who was the offensive coordinator you said with Joe Brady, how Josh Allen kind of basically Josh Allen kind of hides the mistakes that Joe Brady does. I think it's the same thing with Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury. I know we were high on Cliff Kingsbury coming here as an OC, but I think he needs the right quarterback to be paired with him, and his offense will flourish. Because if he was a good play caller, he would have Mariota going crazy, or not going crazy, but being serviceable. And Mariota has not been even a serviceable backup with Washington. And even with Josh Johnson, even though they beat the Eagles today, also, but the Eagles, I believe, sat their starters. So it was basically a preseason game out there for Josh Johnson and Cliff Kingsbury. I gotta go with hate it. Don't like him as a head coach. You bring him in as an OC, I still would be iffy on that, because it's showing me that he needs the quarterback. and that quarterback has to be great or elite to really work in Cliff Kingsbury's system. If they're anything below, it's not going to work. It's going to get him fired. It's going to get the quarterback probably out of here, and it's going to get the Raiders right back to where we are right now at 3-14, probably holding the number 1 pick.
Yeah. My thing for me, I hate it. You guys make great points. I said that yesterday, and my show Good Morning Raiders with Jeff and Raider Alex. But my biggest red flag is that the way he left us, right? The whole deal back in was it 2023, or was it 24? My bad. It was the year prior.
Yeah.
And we were supposed to go ahead and build this relationship with him and bring him in as an offensive coordinator, right? Verbally, he said that he was going to go ahead and take the position, and then come to find out last minute he backs out on the deal. He decides he does not want to be part of this team. For one, our aspirations on getting a quarterback and putting an offense together, and the way that we were going to go about that draft, right? So he wasn't with that. He's like, you know what, I'm out, right? So that, to me, a little bit of integrity issue right there. I know that's played out throughout the league, but to me, it's a big thing, because what if you decide to bring this guy on, and then later on, when either he doesn't get to build the staff the way he wants it, or he doesn't get certain offensive pieces, or just the season just goes into the toilet again like it did this year, how is he going to react? Is he going to go ahead and quit? And then, like Josh said right now, yeah, he quits. That could potentially happen. And then again, we're right back in the same position, and we'll lose another head coach, but not by our own hand. By their own hand, they decide to go ahead and just, walk up. And so I to me, don't want to go ahead and deal with that. I've heard little rumors that he might not be a good candidate for head coach as far as personality wise, building culture. I know that we tried to do that this year, and it's look at us now, but that is still it's still important to have in your locker room. If you're going to have a good culture and not have as much drama, that goes a long way on keeping the team focused. So I think he's, we saw that with the prime Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly's terrible with players, terrible people person, great schemer. He could create you a great playbook, but as far as like dealing with players and people and working with other people, he struggles there in that department, and that's also partly why he's not here anymore as well. So I'm afraid that it's just a continuation of that particular thing. So I'm no on Kingsbury. If it happens, it happens. I mean, there's probably worse coaches you can get, right? But
no,
I'd rather
if it happens, it happened, bro. That's like when you shark.
Yeah, but exactly, bro. Sometimes it just happens.
This is like a shark.
You can't fucking control it, bro. Sometimes it just fucking happens. Do I think it happens? I really don't think it happens. I don't, from where I saw that and where they're getting that source is getting their sources from. I think it's just like more of a type of like, let's just put some news out there and see how much traction we get type of thing. You know what I mean? So I don't think this is really a viable thing. I think the way that both parties kind of left that situation left bad tastes on everybody's mouth, and nobody's like willing to go ahead and revisit that. So yeah, I don't. You have to throw in a lot of money for that even to possibly happen. A lot, and then you would have to get Mendoza for sure. That has to be definitely on that. I don't think it happens though. But let me move into our final guy, Robert Saleh. Defense. We just talked about defensive coordinator of the Niners. He was prior stint head coach for the Jets. He was there for a little while as well. What do you guys think? Hate it or love it on bringing him in as the next potential head coach? I'll start with Primos.
This is a guy I was not high on as a head coach. But when we're talking about defensive coordinator, again, like this is another one of these guys that is a great coordinator, bad head coach, given a chance with the Jets. We've seen how that's now. I will say this: the Jets are kind of like us, a dysfunctional organization, a terrible ran organization. So how much of that fault is on Saleh, really don't know. But I will say this: yeah, he has more success as a coordinator than as a head coach.
Yeah.
And what he has done with the Niners defense, I think I think it is not a shock, or I wouldn't say it's not a mystery as to why he's put as one of the top defensive coordinators in the league and why the Raiders offered him that high of a contract to come in as being the defensive coordinator for them. But yeah, I would have to hate it. Mainly, man, I would be in the middle of it though, honestly. But I would have to hate it just because I love it more as a defensive coordinator than a head coach. I think he would, if he came in as a defensive coordinator, this defense will take off. I immediately, like, I think he is that good as a defensive coordinator, but not as a head coach.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Will? I think I kind of know what you're leaning towards, but let everybody know.
Bro, I hate this, bro. Are you kidding me? You guys want to take some more BTA? Let's hire Robert Saleh because he's going to freaking be the offensive solution. This guy's going to make freaking Mendoza the number one quarterback in the league. No. Okay. This is why I hate it. Robert Saleh is a defensive coordinator. He already did it with the Jets. What the fuck is he going to do with the Raiders? Primo already said it. Not a damn thing. He's going to come over here and take the money. We're going to take BTA, and then he's going to grab that check and take it home. Yo, we need to be smart. We need to get a guy. If we are drafting a quarterback, and that's what we are addressing, is the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And we stop trying to get defensive guys. I mean, like, defensive guys is not the solution for an offensive problem. Bro, this is like trying to freaking take the happy pill to freaking like get to work or whatever. I get it, man. I mean, like, it doesn't work like that.
The Pete special pills or what?
Yeah. You know, I get it. But I mean, like, this isn't going to be the solution, bro. Bringing in Robert Saleh is only going to make our offense worse. Our defense will improve. And guess what? They'll be out there 52 minutes of the game. That's exactly what will happen. So let's not sit there and put a Band-Aid on a fucking war wound. All right. We got a fucking war wound. We need a full surgeon. We need somebody that's going to come in and change the whole program. Tell me what program Robert Saleh has changed. Did he change the Jets? Looks like to me like they still suck.
Yeah.
So,
let them go.
Gotta pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. For me, it's a hate it. I'm not with Saleh coming in as head coach. I would prefer somebody. You know, we talked about a couple of the guys. I mean, there's still names out there that I didn't even put. There's pictures. I mean, there's supposed to be like 30 candidates. I don't think we're going to go through that many, but you could say probably close to 20, around that 20.
I want to go through 50 if we have to, Jay. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, realistically, we're not going to be able to bring in 50 candidates, bro. We're not.
Bro, Spytech better be calling. He's already calling.
Oh, they're already calling, but are they really going to say, yes, I'll come in and talk to you guys? That's the thing. And that's the issue. And this might take where you might need to utilize like Brady to kind of go ahead and work that juice, bro. And that's probably the biggest fear.
Baby.
We don't have the best reputation on holding on to our head coach, bro. And that's the thing. So I don't know if it's going to be 50. That would be great if we could get 50 people to interview for the position. But realistically, probably it's going to be closer to the 20 mark that we may be able to go ahead and bring in for a potential interview. That we're going to interview all 20. I don't think we're going to interview all 20. It's probably going to be closer to half of that. And from there, we're going to go ahead and be able to make a decision from there. A lot of it is just putting asses in seats, and that's my biggest fear. So, but if I had to choose, if it's for me, I would not go with Salah. He wasn't really my first choice last year. And kind of continue. I'm still continuing on that trend. I don't see him coming over here as a defensive coordinator. I think he'll stay in San Francisco if there's nothing available where he can come up and go into the next level and get back to a head coaching gig. In my opinion, I think he'll stay in San Francisco. But for me, I pass on that move for sure. I want to go back. I want to go back to this again. Fernando Mania. If you guys had that opportunity, let's say we get our coach figured out. Let's say we get the staff set up. We got everything. Everything looks good, right? On paper, we don't know yet. Let's say we had a pretty decent free agency. We went out and we ended up acquiring Linderbaum. There you go. I'm gonna swing the pot for y'all. We went out and acquired Linderbaum, right? And that was the only offensive move that we made as far as on the line, right?
Yeah.
Do you go out and draft Fernando Mendoza? What are your thoughts? Do you finally pull that? Do you make that move? Do you pull that trigger, or are you still no? I'm not sold. I want to trade back.
100%, yeah, bro. People in the chat are watching this Baltimore game. Look what Lamar Jackson is doing.
Running for his life. That's exactly what he's doing.
Got his team up by 4 points, and his first bomb that he had to save Flowers was able to evade. Now, again, Lamar Jackson and Mendoza, two different totally quarterbacks. But like to your point, Jay, if we get our coach, let's say we bring in Clint Kubiak. Let's say we bring in an offensive-minded head coach.
Right.
I would pull, and Linderbaum is your center. Again, you already fixed the offensive line, in my opinion. Linderbaum, JPJ left guard, Miller left tackle. You got Mendoza's blind side covered, essentially. You got Genty that is able to run behind that left side. Now, with my other point I wanted to add to the Clint Kubiak is that, like I said, he doesn't overthink it. If Genty in today's game, Genty, you could see I was calling it. And maybe in the first quarter, second quarter, I'm like, oh, Genty's going to break a big one. But there was times that they were getting inconsistent with this play calling. Like, they didn't know what they wanted to do. Do we want to pass it? Do we want to call play action? Do we want to have Zamir White run the football? Do we want to have Genty catch passes out of the backfield? If the running game is working and it's working because you're running to the left side, Clint was not going to run away from that. And then you have Mendoza, who doesn't have all the pressure on him. You got a good running game that he could benefit off of. And I seen people in the chat saying he's not as mobile. Don't fall. I'm gonna educate you guys. Don't watch his Indiana tape. Go watch his Cal Bears tape. Because Cal Bears have been a school that I've watched. I live out here in the Bay. They have not been a good football program. They'll especially talent wise. And Fernando Mendoza is coming from a college organization that, again, I told you guys, there's not a lot of talent there. So, and he was making plays. He got into a shootout with a former first overall pick in Cam Ward with Miami. That was when I really got a first glimpse at Fernando Mendoza, and I really started liking the kid. The only thing I was beating up on is that he played at Cal. And I was like, Cal, when it comes to competition they play against, they don't play a lot of top-heavy competition. But that year he played against Miami, and he got into a shootout with Cam. And I'm like, hold up. He made Cal hold their own. He kept Cal in that game. So when he transferred to Indiana, that's where I was like, okay, I need to see. Now he's kind of in a better conference. He will play better competition. And again, to Will's point, all those touchdowns Mendoza has not came against great competition. But he needed to get to the playoffs. Now he's playing Ohio State and Alabama, two teams who have been in the play. Let's not lie to ourselves. They've been in the playoffs almost every year. Every year fighting for it.
Come on.
Right.
Alabama is not the same Alabama. This is like you calling Alabama, bro. This is like the bootleg version of Alabama.
My point is, Will, the playoffs are still the playoffs. And we said, hey, people have said Alabama it was a pretender. And Mendoza went out there and put 3 touchdowns. And Mendoza went out there and put 3 touchdowns on them. And then when
Because
they
they were a
started running the football, they
pretender.
put belt to ass to Alabama. When have we beat a team we should have beat? When have we blown out a team we should have blown out? I'll put it like that. When have our quarterback threw 3 touchdowns against a terrible defense that hello, look at what did we do against Dallas? Who going
I
into
think we
that
threw
game
for
was one
3
of the worst
touchdowns
rated
this year.
defenses. So the eye test, you look at the stats, people will say he doesn't throw for a lot of yards. Look at the eye test. Is he the most fast guy? Is he Lamar Jackson? No, but I don't want my quarterback. When I say I want a mobile quarterback, I don't want a quarterback that is okay. My first read is gone. I'm gonna run for a first down or try to run for a touchdown. No, I need my quarterback to play quarterback first. And if nothing is there, if all reads are not there, then you escape and evade. And Mendoza did that against Alabama. I don't know what more this guy has to do. If he goes out there and wins a natty, my goodness. I mean, guys, we're talking about a guy, again, coming from Cal. It's not like he started in Indiana and was developed in Indiana. He came from a football organization, a football school that does not have a lot of talent coming out of that school.
Lower ranked school.
A lower ranked school.
You're talking like
has always had that chip on his
Cal up
shoulder.
there, bro.
I want, and I feel Mendoza will come into this team realizing, hey, I still got to earn that starting position. He's going to be a humble kid that nothing is given to me. I got to earn every step of the way. I got to earn the fan base trust that I can change this thing around. Mendoza's not going to come in here thinking he's all that or he's ready to be the next guy. He's an elite. He is going to try to earn every step of the way and fight for this team every step of the way. And can the coaching staff build around him? Because yes, is he in an Indiana offense that has great blocking, great running, got weapons at the wide receiver position? Yes. But we have Genty, we have Brock. Let's not act like we don't got some foundational pieces here on the offense that we could build off of also. It's not like Mendoza's coming in here with the worst tight end, a bad running back. We just got the offensive line we got to worry about. Wide receiver 1, that's where I'm a little worried about because to Will's point, who is he going to be throwing it to? Yeah, you like Brock, but outside of Brock, who else can be Mendoza's like kind of second option? That's where I think, hey, do you look at Omar Cooper in the draft, bringing his guy from Indiana? Because I looked at the free. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look at free agency. It's nasty with the free agent wide receivers. I don't think there's a guy on there that
George Pickens is going to be a free agent at the end
of the $30 million.
But this might be a scenario where you go and pay for that. You know, it just depends what your ambitions are, or you draft one. It just depends what the head coach and Spytek want to do on that wide receiver position.
Yeah.
Right? There's different ways you can go about it. So
yeah, and that's where I'm at too. They got to address that wide receiver position. You got to give more to if Mendoza's your pick, you got to give him more than Genty and Bowers. You got to at least add one. That's why I say Cooper, because it's a guy he's already familiar with. So you kind of give him another weapon, and you could probably get him in the 4th. Maybe if he falls to that, who knows? The draft board works in mysterious ways, but definitely you got to come out of the draft and the free agency period with at least a wide receiver 1 that's not going to just come and be like a Jacoby Myers. Like they got to be your top guy. And if Pickens is that guy, I would understand it because Pickens is probably the only guy that is coming out of, if he does test the market, he's the only guy that's out there that's worthy of being wide receiver 1.
Yeah, before I go to Will, I want to go ahead and play you what a potential drafting Mendoza would look like, bro. For those that haven't seen really Mendoza, this could be the next guy leading the silver and black. Fernando Mendoza, quarterback out of Indiana, Heisman Trophy winner. And right now, bro, he's looked fucking dominant. He looked pretty fucking dominant. And so this game, I'm very excited for the next game coming up, which is Oregon. And it's going to be a showdown versus him and Moore. And so we get to see who's who and how each one reacts. And I think it'll kind of tell us the telltale out of Mendoza. And then more importantly, and if Moore decides to go ahead and declare, again, that could kind of change things. And depending on his performance, and even if he loses, but he has a really strong performance, that could go ahead and impact the draft on on whether we trade back or not. And this, I say this because what this man is about to say over here might have some relevance. So go ahead, my guy. Go ahead. Give you the floor. What are your thoughts?
So,
we get Mendoza or not, Fernando?
So here's my thing, right? If you guys look at it, you guys said everything has to fall perfect, but your offensive line isn't addressed. If we get Kubiak and Kubiak believes that Fernando Mendoza is your guy, then what have I always said? You draft him. You make the call, right? But if he has one shred of doubt, one shred, because this is the number one pick. This isn't the fucking 3rd, 4th, 5th, 18th, whatever we've already fucked up for fucking thousands of years. This is the first pick. If you do not think that this guy can lead your franchise and make the changes to your franchise and you're not ready for it, you don't make it. You just don't make it. Because you're going to put your fucking team back for the next 10 years. Look at what happened with Jamarcus Russell. We got enamored with the big arm. Oh, he can throw it 70 yards from his knees. I still hear that. Oh, but he could throw. I don't give a fuck if you could throw the ball 70 yards from your knees. If you don't look at the playbook, if you're not willing to put the time to be the leader on this team, because this team needs a leader.
Yep.
It needs somebody that's going to change the culture. It needs somebody that's going to sit there and look in the face of the freaking fans and say, it's my fault. I fucked up. I didn't do this. I need to get better. Because that's what you're going to be doing. You're not going to be winning. Let's get this whole fake function of him coming in and we get our coach, and all of a sudden, this team is going to be a freaking playoff caliber team. That's all hopes and dreams, bro. We've been on this train. What we need to do again is if we do it, you got to do the right things for Fernando Mendoza, and that's getting players around. It worries me that you guys are only thinking that one offensive lineman, that one dude.
No, I never said that. I said this. Listen to what I said again. If we get our coach and we address the offensive line partly through free agency, mind you, because we free agencies before the draft, right? Whatever the plan is, but they're going to address it. Do you go out and get Mendoza?
If you address it, yes. If you address it, yes. If you don't address it, bro, we're going to be talking here the same thing next year. And we've been doing this for 3 years. And it seems like every year we talk about the draft right now. Now. We're talking about, and we're literally talking about the coach either getting fired, removed, some other stuff. So, yeah, I mean, like if you guys, and I know why you guys like Mendoza, and I don't hate on the kid. You're absolutely right. He's gone
to
hate
on him.
Program.
I steal it from you.
Look,
every
here's
time
the thing.
His name
but, you know what? It makes me laugh when people go like, well, you're hating him. No, the kid's a talent. What I'm saying is he needs pieces around him. But I'm going to tell you, the things that I do like is that exact same thing that Primo was saying. He's not at a Power 5 school. He's not at some school that's dominant for football. We're talking about fucking Indiana. They're dominant in basketball, not football. Cal is a freaking nerd school. That's where you go when you're really intelligent. Freaking people think Marshawn Lynch is an idiot. That dude is probably one of the smartest motherfuckers that you've ever met in your life. He just talks like he's from the hood because he's from the hood. But he's getting the bag and he's still getting paid.
Yeah.
So don't think that this guy's not intelligent. I'm telling you right now, when you're talking about intelligence, the kid's going to have a high IQ. He's going to come in and understand a lot of things, but the game moves so fast at the NFL level. And their freaking mentality can get crushed in an instant.
Yep.
Every single thing can happen. If you get the wrong coach, if you put him in the wrong system and he starts failing, what happens then? What is Raider Nation going to do if we don't start winning in the first year?
Mendoza.
Dude, and this is the thing. People think because we draft Mendoza that next year we're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that, but I hear you because there's fans out there that are like that.
I've literally sat there and listened to this where people are like, oh, we just draft Mendoza and get the right coach and get the right this and get that. And I'm like, fuck, bro, you want a fucking wish list. I mean, like, that's a lot of stuff that have to happen for this team to become competitive, to become what we want them to become. So if we do draft Mendoza, I tell you guys that we do the right thing by sitting him down, letting him have a bridge, let us draft more guys next year. Then I'm on all about it. Year 2, starting a kid with a whole new offensive line, with a ton of weapons, with this a coach that's coming into his second year. He's going to have a lot more like support. But right now, bro, I love this team, but we ain't ready for Mendoza.
I agree on that. Mike's
I know.
And that's why I know, Jay, and that's why I said everything.
You work towards getting Mendoza. This is why you don't expect to go ahead and put all your pieces in one fucking year.
Yeah.
I can't stress that enough, bro. You're not going to solve all your problems in year fucking 1, but you need to start somewhere.
Absolutely.
And you guys need to go ahead and stop being scared of the whole Jamarcus Russell thing and take the fucking. You have to take a chance. And I'm glad. I like the analogy that that Jeff said the other day. It's like when you have a bad experience. You know, you had that one bad date. Is that
bro?
Are you ever going on a date again? Like, no, bro. Like, you're probably gonna go on you're gonna meet some other people. You probably can go on a date again. You know, it's like if you fucking suck at driving, like, are you gonna go ahead and just completely like never drive again? No, you're probably it's gonna take you a while, but you're eventually gonna go ahead and learn how to drive. It's the same fucking concept. Whatever analogy you want to use, it's the same thing. You have to go ahead and take risks. You have to take a chance. Now you have to take an educated chance, and I think this is a really good fucking chance to go ahead and take. I mean, it's not because this kid has a fucking big arm. The kid is smart. The kid could go ahead and read defenses. The kid has progressively gotten better year over year. And like Primo said, look at the Cal tape. You know, I saw little glimpses of Cal when he was at Cal. The kid was already fucking doing shit like at a very high level, and then it just literally came full circle once he came to Indiana and got with the Indiana coach. I forgot his name.
With the right coaching.
With the right coaching. And again, that's what I'm saying. And the scenario that I propose is like, what if we get the right coach, right? The offensive minded fucking coach, right? Who's had success. He puts on a great coaching staff. We start addressing the O-line and the free agency, right? We get that center. We get maybe like another guy, right? That is solid. Maybe not. He's not over there like cracking the needle, but he can go ahead and be a solid guy, right? So now you got a little bit of a veteran presence in that offensive line. What do? Do you go out and get your guy or you don't? There's some guys on the chat that were like, hey, get Mendoza even if he's still here. Like, why? Because he's gonna sit him, right?
No.
I don't know. I still believe that you would get your quarterback and start building from there. Eventually, you have to build at some point, whatever point.
I agree.
You know, that's my thing, and that's my thing. So, well, now I'll talk about this. So, if you ideally you would want to go ahead and sit your quarterback, right? But there's also been instances where you don't sit a quarterback, right? We had Jaden Daniels literally start his rookie year. Kid killed it. Kid went out to the NFC Championship game, almost made it to the Super Bowl. Right? Caleb Williams didn't have a great first year, but look at him now. Kid's going to the playoffs now. So Bo Nix, another prime example, started his rookie year. So it can be done. Is it more beneficial to sit him? Yes, but you don't necessarily have to. And it's all about coaching. And this is where Will is right. It depends who you bring in as a head coach and the coaching staff they build around that coach. To make that decision, right? But I still think whoever's going to be the new guy, because it looks like it really is going to be that, you have to go ahead and take your quarterback, because that issue is never going to go away until you actually address it, right?
Yeah.
And to be like, hey, the 2027 class is going to be a better class. We said that last year about this class, and look at this class, right? It's not the greatest. It's even worse than the year prior. So who nothing's guaranteed. Look at Adlar. We thought he was going to be better even this year. He's regressed. He looks worse. And so nothing's ever guaranteed. Nothing's ever even guaranteed that we can make it back to this position next year. So if you're here, take advantage of it. Do what you need to do and address the positions you need to address. That's my point. That's my point, bro.
This is what Jay has said. Get all the positions ready for Mendoza train to come to fucking Las Vegas. Spy Tech, get your ass together. Start calling the freaking Baltimore Ravens right now, because guess what? They just lost. So Tyler Lindenbach, expect our number right now to be tooting, because we're calling, baby.
Your agent. There you go. Have my agent call your agent. Well, guess what? My agent's Spy Tech. Get on the phone, dog.
Oh, yeah. For real. Yes.
RC planning, dog.
Oh, go ahead. I wanted to touch on something that Will talked about earlier, and that's the Chicago trade. You know, and I want to touch on that because let's say we trade back. The reason why it worked out with Chicago, let's remember that when they drafted Caleb Williams, that was not their pick originally. That was the Panthers' pick at number 1. They got beneficial that the Panthers were going through their own shit and finally got it right, but that they got the number 1 pick. I don't think Mendoza will go to a team like the Jets and find success there. But again, nothing is guaranteed. Let's play devil's advocate. You trade back, maybe you trade back at 2. You trade with the Jets. You get a haul for him. Let's play devil's advocate, and Mendoza has the Jets probably playing meaningful games. I'm not saying it takes them to the playoffs, but has that draft pick now moved from top 5 to now 15 to 20 or 10 to 15? We're not only guaranteed to probably get our quarterback in 2027, but you're not guaranteed to be in the top 5 in drafting when it comes to draft day. I want to ask, can we withstand a 2026 season without any hope on the offense? Continuously watching bad quarterback play with not a franchise quarterback on the roster going into the 2027 draft. Again, playing devil's advocate, not having a top 3 pick or a top 5 pick to potentially go get your quarterback. And to Jay's point, we've said this every year. Next year's quarterback class is better. Next year's quarterback class is better. What if Arch Manning regresses? Pulls a Drew Alar and regresses? What if these quarterbacks that are coming out don't have the seasons that we believe that they can have? You know, anything can happen. Not saying a quarterback won't be there for the taking, but I will actually agree with Will on this part. If Clint comes in and is like, Mendoza, he's nice, but there's just too much. He needs everything perfect around him. He's not a quarterback that can make others elite. If you believe that you cannot bring that out of him at all during his career, then yes, Clint, trade back. Because outside of Mendoza, if Moore doesn't declare, then Mendoza, there's nobody else. Maybe Ty Simpson, but I'm not picking him with the first overall pick. If you're going from Mendoza to Ty Simpson, I'm trading back. I'm not taking a chance on Simpson at 1. For me, Mendoza is more of a ready NFL quarterback than Simpson, than Moore. I think Moore and Simpson both need development. Mendoza, you drafted me, let him sit, because I'll say this, going into the 2027 draft, I know I'm going way ahead, you guys, but if Mendoza is, let's say, goes in and we have another terrible season, well, to Will's point, you could again, or not even Mendoza playing, but like a bridge quarterback, and you have a bad season, now Mendoza is going to the 2027 probably starting with 2 off seasons where the Raiders had chances to address the offensive line, address the defense, and potentially go get him a number 1 wide receiver while still having Genty and Brock Bowers on this team. So essentially, you're giving Mendoza all the pieces to work with going into 2027. That's why I think you draft him, you bench him, and if you're 2-10, maybe trial by fire, you put him in there if you're 2-10, if you're not fighting for anything. and you see what you have in the kid. But I think to Jay's point, they probably will start him in his rookie year, especially if you bring a guy like Clint Kubiak or an offensive-minded head coach. I think that because you want them to have that kind of continuity together, grow together, and gain that and build that relationship together as the season progresses. But I think Mendoza, and to Raider Nation's point, he wants us to be in quarterback purgatory. No, but
for the next 5 more years.
Tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. Here's the thing. I like the reason I do like the idea of moving back. Right? If that's not his guy,
yeah,
bro. If we move back to 2, okay, that's 1 spot.
Yeah.
Am I? That's 1 spot.
Yeah.
And we get 18 for this year because they got the first round draft pick for this year.
Mm-hmm.
And we get another number 1 for next year. And we don't believe in Mendoza. That's 3 potential starters that we can draft with 1 guy, with trading for 1 guy.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at. Will whatever they do, if they trade back, if they draft Mendoza,
the Jets have
I trust
a ton of picks right now, bro.
The Jets second first round pick. You said 18, right?
Yeah, I think they're 18, right? They're first and 18, right?
They're 15 now.
So it would be the 2nd and the 15th pick of this draft that you get, plus another number 1 next year.
It's things to consider.
I see the looks right now. Now the mind is thinking.
You, but you said if they don't believe in Mendoza, and I agree with you on that.
Thing, right?
If they don't believe in the kid, if they believe, the thing is,
I don't think they are.
I don't want you to. Here's what I don't want from the front office, from Spytech. You believe in the kid, but you're so worried about your other positions that you overthink this shit. You trade back and you don't get Mendoza, and Mendoza goes balls out for whatever team, and you still are trying to search for your quarterback in 2027 because of the trade that you make. Now, because not every trade is going to turn out with the Panthers sucking and you magically getting gift with the first overall pick again for the pick of your choosing at the quarterback position. Like, because again, next year's quarterback class is not guaranteed that it's going to be like the 2024 class. Because I'm hearing people comparing that class to the 2024 class where 12 quarterbacks winning or 6 quarterbacks winning the first 12 picks.
No.
We don't know if that would happen again. We just don't know.
I will tell you like this.
And you don't know if those picks are going to pan out too.
Mm-hmm. And I would tell you like this. I agree with what people are saying that the Jets are more prepared for a freaking first round draft pick quarterback than we are.
Oh,
they have a legitimate wide receiver 1.
Yeah.
They have a legitimate threat down the field.
I agree.
They have legitimate guys on the offensive line. They can run the football.
The only thing that's on is that quarterback.
And that's why I think they would be willing to give up the house to get it. And I'd be like, when you're talking about getting 5 picks for 1 or 4 picks for 1 pick at a high caliber, you really have to think about it, man, because like we said, our team isn't just 1 piece away. Not like Fernando Mendoza is going to come in here and all of a sudden the Raiders are going to start winning.
I had to ask this though. Look at I draft Mendoza, or I look at the quarterback position, not even just Mendoza, but just in general. I look at the Raiders quarterback issue comparing to the AFC West. You got to deal with Mahomes twice, Knicks twice, Herbert twice.
Absolutely.
We could build up a defense that can stop them. But they are great quarterbacks. Great quarterbacks make great plays. They are quarterbacks that puts the team on their back. Not saying Mendoza is that guy that can do that. I would love to see him do that, be in a position in these playoffs to basically have to put the team on his back. I would love to see that. But what I'm saying is you have to look at it from the division. You're already dealing with 3 organizations in your own division that already has their guy for the next decade. Mahomes is going to be here for another 10 years. Knicks, Herbert, another 10 years. When are you going to catch up to your division in addressing that quarterback position? Or are we just going to continue trying to build defenses to stop them?
No, Primo, I agree with you. I agree with you that you need a quarterback to compete with the whole teams and everything, right? But are you saying that you feel like Mendoza can come in right now, and he's on that level that he can compete with those quarterbacks right now in the AFC West.
I'm not saying that, but what about in 3 years?
But then why are we drafting him?
I'm talking about 3 years because
that's
again,
why are
okay
we
then. In
drafting
3
him?
years,
Because we need to go ahead
but
and
if you
start at
believe
some
that,
point, bro.
no, hold on. If he's saying that in the future he does believe it, then I see it. That's what I meant. If you believe that him in the future can compete with those guys, then draft him. Then you take the opportunity. But if you don't see this guy competing at that level with these guys in the next 3 years, then why are we drafting this guy at number 1?
Yeah. And that's where I'm at. I see Mendoza, if they do it the right way, by year 3, or heck, by 2028, in his second year, they could probably, even next year, if they do it right, again, benching him, like sitting him his first year, starting him in 2027, they can make noise. Not saying they'll go deep in the playoffs, but I think Graf said it best. I just want to get back to like being
competitive,
being respectable,
bro. And
like playing respectable
football. That's
all I want.
The trajectory is not like straight up. It's on a level. It's on a plane, right? It's not an angle.
The trajectory right now.
It's not a missile, bro. It just goes straight up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like what I told Will about DC. DC was a second round pick. Came in with Rod Streeter as his number 1 receiver. Came in with an O-line that ranked dead last the year prior, and a running game that didn't show life until Latavius Murray came in week 12. And the Raiders finished 4-12 the year prior, finished 3-13 in Carr's rookie year. But what did the GM do? When you let the GM do what he needs to do, he'll go address the position of needs. The following year, they go get Crabtree. They drafted Coop. Why? Because Carr didn't have a number 1 receiver in 2014. 2015, they gave him 2 of them motherfuckers in Crabtree and Coop. And then in 2016, what do? They try to address the defense. Give Khalil Mack some help. Go get Bruce Irvin. Go get Sean Smith. Go get old head Reggie Nelson. And by 2016, Carr took that MVP leap. But I've always pointed why Carr took the MVP leap was the offensive coordinator, Bill Musgrave. Jack Del Rio handled the defense, took care of the defense. He let Bill Musgrave run that offense. And Bill Musgrave knew how to operate Derek Carr. He knew what system worked for them. He knew it was a balanced attack. You beat him in the run game and you kill him in the passing game. And that's why I keep saying, yes, we can get Mendoza. But to Will's point, the most important decision the Raiders got, who the hell are you going to bring in to call the plays for Mendoza? Who are you going to bring in to draw up those plays? Because that's why he's killing in Indiana. It's because that coach brought the best out of him. But not only brought the best, but surrounded him with weapons. And if Spytek brings in Mendoza and he sees, there's something to this kid. Let me give him a wide receiver 1 in 2027. Let me build this offensive line for him in 2027 even more. Make him dominant. Because by 2026, you guys, the Raiders had the most expensive offensive line. Why? Because General Reggie McKenzie knew I got a young quarterback who's on a trajectory going up.
Mm-hmm.
I need to protect my young quarterback.
And the Bucks,
Mendoza. That's and to Will's point, a lot needs to happen. But to those fans, Will, that you run into that think, oh, Mendoza comes in and it's a 1 season over we do this shit overnight. It's not going to work. By year 3, you guys, that's when I'm expecting for this team to by year 2 be competitive, to be like, by next year, maybe this year didn't go the way we wanted it, but the next year in 2028, that's where it's really gonna. Okay, Raiders are back. That's what I'm expecting.
100%.
I'm gonna put up this comment real quick from Radio Scorpio. Shout out to him. He says we could trade the pick for more picks, but what's the point? No matter what, it's gonna take time to fix this organization with or without Mendoza, and that's facts, bro. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, it's gonna take time, but you need to start somewhere. You need to go out and get your quarterback. You need to go ahead and get that. Yeah, they don't want to hear. And I'm gonna throw another monkey wrench in this, and then shout out to Justin. We talked about this yesterday, and I'm gonna throw another monkey wrench, and I'm gonna get your takes. Shout out to over 100 people in the building. Salute to everybody. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe button on all the channels, all 3 channels you see here. I'm gonna throw this monkey wrench and let me know what everybody thinks. And everybody, well, some people are gonna like it, some people are gonna hate it, but I like to talk about this shit. This came out the other day. I don't know if everybody saw this, but the trade Max Crosby rumors again started flying.
It's every year.
Diana Rossini from The Athletic put this out, saying that according to league sources, they believe that the Raiders are open to exploring trade options for Max Crosby this
According to
offseason.
league sources.
According
What
to
is
league
this, the
sources, not the Raiders.
Is this the Cowboys calling and being like, hey, the Raiders are trying to trade Max Crosby? Because Max Crosby has come out and said it. He already addressed it. Bro, he said, hey, I was pissed off. I left the office. I had a bad reaction to it. I want to be here. I'm on. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. This is the insanity. Hey, somebody from the Denver Broncos called me and told me that Max Crosby wants to be traded from the Vegas Raiders. Just so stupid. Hey, at the end of the day, all these rumors are going to fly. Why? Because Max Crosby is that type of motherfucker. He is a dude that everybody wants on their team, a leader of men, one of the best defensive ends in the league at run stopping. He's a guy that's a valuable piece to any team. But at the end of the day, until we hear something straight from the horse's mouth,
Yep.
bro, to me, this is like when people say, hey, bitch, get my name out your mouth. Type of situation. Like literally, Max Crosby is tired of addressing this, bro. He's come out every offseason and said, I want to be here. I want to stay a Raider.
I'm gonna put this, and this is I showed this for a reason. And I showed this because I wanted to steer this conversation in a certain direction. What if it's not up to him? Because that's what the message that it's saying. It's that the Raiders, not Max Crosby, but the Raiders might be open to go ahead and explore trade options for Max, right? So, and this is where it, like, you have different people. Like I lean more towards you guys. I'm not with trading Max, but if somebody calls and says, "Hey, I'm going to give you 2 firsts for Max," what if it's the Lions, right? And we're going to keep the number 1 pick. Now we go ahead and trade up. We get an extra pick from Detroit, right? Or a different team in general. Hey, I'm willing to go ahead and give you, this is the offer. I'm going to give you this, my 2 picks that I got for this year for first and second, and next year's first, and then the next year's first on top of that. What do?
You better give me the name, and you better give me the draft pick numbers. Because if you're telling me that you're going to trade me 3 booty-ass picks, no. Now, you're talking like the New York Football Jets, giving me 3 number 1s that are going to be really high number 1s, maybe a number 2, and then give me Garrett Wilson? Cool. We might be in the same zip code. But don't sit here and tell me, oh, we're going to get 2 number 1s for Max Crosby. First of all,
let me put this in there for you. Let me put this in there, and then maybe it makes a little bit more sense. What if the Rams call and say, "Hey, we want Max. We're willing to go ahead and give you. We're willing to trade up at 13. Right, we're willing to give you our 13th pick, which is a free pick for this year, right? And we're willing to go ahead and give you our pick for our 2 picks this year, right? Because they want him. That's their missing piece or whatever, right? If they're sold on giving up their 2 first-round picks for this year, and then maybe a second for the following year, what do you say to that? Because now you have 3 first-round picks in the first round for this draft.
No, because one of them is going to be at 13 and the other one's going to be at 24.
29.
At 29.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No. I want quality. I want to be able to hit. With the Raiders draft record right now, I need top 10. I need some top 10 picks. Don't give me no booty picks. 13 and 29 ain't high enough for me. Because next year's pick is going to be another high pick because we're giving them Max Crosby, which is going to give them the ability to be a Super Bowl contender.
Yep.
So next year's pick is going to be another 32nd pick. I don't need the 32nd pick in the draft. I need top 15, top 10 picks, all of them.
Mhm. What about you, Primos? What are your thoughts? Would you be open to trade for Max? Would you, or are you just like, nope, I'm shutting that shit down.
So
I'm
at
nothing
the
to do with
heart,
that.
at the heart, no. I agree with everything I will say, but can I play devil's advocate here? Because after watching what Graf put down, it had to make you think. And I think this is where Spytek is leaning to. And I want you guys to basically hear the devil's advocate part. Max is going to be 29 next August. He is already in his prime. He's had how many surgeries up to this point? And how many injuries up to this point? Especially with his leg.
It's like 2, what is it now, 3?
He's going to have another surgery. Another surgery.
3 surgeries and two injuries. Yeah, 2 injuries.
But he's had like what, 2 surgeries in the past 3 years? Yeah. And of course,
he's been elite since what, 29.
And I blame the Raiders. I blame the Raiders for that. Yeah. And I blame the Raiders for that because I've always said you need to save the player from himself. And having Max out there 100% of the time during those defensive snaps, I get it. He's the best defensive player on this team. But you didn't do him any favors by playing him while he's injured. Like we could start there. And then on top of that, playing while he's injured and putting him in there 100% of the time. So if I'm offered 2 first-round picks, you have to think about it because will you get 2 first-round picks again from Max in the future? I'm saying that because we're talking about giving Mendoza help. Let's not act like adding 2 first-round picks won't help you be able to give Mendoza that help that you need. Now we're talking about we could possibly get a wide receiver 1 for Mendoza. We could possibly get the best offensive lineman for Mendoza. I'm just saying it's something to think about. Would I do it? No, because I think Max, 1, he's a Raider at heart, and 2, that's another piece that you have to address in the offseason. And you already need a defensive end. You need, and then if you go into this offseason now needing 2, I think that hurts you more than actually going out and trying to help Mendoza by getting more picks or whatever the case, whoever they try to draft at quarterback or whatever they try to do. I think it hurts you more if you trade Max away because that's another hole. We talked about it numerous times. We have a lot of holes on this team. Why add another? Why add another hole to this team? So you're thinking about it because will you get that offer again in the future? Likely not, but Raiders are in a position that they cannot make a trade like that because it would just be another hole to the hole that they will add to this team, and it would probably set them back, even if they get a guy like Mendoza, because now you don't got Max Crosby on that defense. And let's not lie, this defense has been terrible, but Max has made that defense look great at times because he's on the football field. You take Max away, I mean, we've seen it. They shut him down for the last 2 games. We've seen how this defense looks.
Who's the leader on that defensive squad?
Yeah, they need to go. They need to go against third-string quarterbacks to look good. Okay, so like,
right? Yeah, that was a key day. Yeah.
When I think about it, I would think about it, but in the end, I'm saying no because you're gonna have another hole at that defensive end position, and you don't. I'd rather go into this offseason with 1, trying to address 1, than having to address 2. And again, you're trying to replace Max Crosby. That's not going to be an easy task to do.
Yeah. Real quick, shout out to my guy G-Fam. Blasphemy. Shame on you all. Shame, I say shame. Bro, I'm just throwing it out there.
That's the conversation.
I'm throwing out what I didn't fucking say. I didn't put out the story. It was
cussing at us, bro.
Blame her ass, bro. You know, blame Jeff. Blame Jeff for opening the door.
Jeff started this whole rumor.
Like yes, it's all Jeff's fault. I don't care. I'm blaming it on him. But yeah, no, I mean, you know, you guys, I don't know if everybody in chat has heard was tapping into yesterday's Good Morning Waiters, and then the New Year's Eve. We talked about this, and I'm not with that. I think there's different ways you can go ahead and get the pieces you need without being able to trade away Max Crosby. Could you listen to an offer? Yeah, you could definitely listen to an offer and see what the offer is, and from there make an assessment. But if it's something where it's only going to go ahead and really improve the team, like hands down, it's going to literally change the face of the franchise, then that might be a decision that you can potentially make. But if you're getting, calls where the offer is not even worth, yeah, you're trading on number one, and you're probably getting next year's number one and maybe a second or something along those lines. It's not worth it. It has to be something where you're literally going to ship off one of your best defensive players, somebody who's been the heart of your team. Yes, I know nobody's above the shield, but also too, you got to keep in mind this guy wants to be here. This guy could have the opportunity to go to different teams at any point, because this is like his second or third extension, and he's still here. He wants to be here. So I don't agree
100%.
necessarily that you would want to go ahead and trade away the best player. But would you listen to an offer? I think I'm more open to that now. But again, the offer has to be right. The offer has to be right. And here's Jeff again, continuing to help to stir the pot. And how many games have we won with Max? And better question: what good is he really doing? You guys want to answer that
My
question?
gosh, bro. This is an 11-man, this 22-man sport. 36 with special teams. The man can only do so much. Let's be honest here, okay? Like, Max Crosby fills a lot of holes for the Raiders by just being on the field. He literally, tell me what linebacker we got, because we ain't got one. Tell me what defensive backs we got, because we ain't got one.
Shit, they even had him playing defensive back at one point.
Literally. I'd be like, we have no defensive identity without him. We have no leadership.
Yeah.
So it's not about the wins and losses. It's about the absence of leadership. What, you want Geno Smith leading this team?
When have the Raiders helped him? When have the Raiders gave him a cornerback one or a defensive end that can get 8 to 10 sacks along with him? Linebacker help, where they can get linebackers to actually cover downfield.
There's so many more things to this. And then this is, again, if you're going to take draft picks for them, you have to hit on those draft picks.
Yep. Can't be like
I want you to show me the trail of all these draft picks that we have hit on that are still on this team. That's the whole reason we are shitty, because none of the draft picks that we get, the ones that are freaking good, they leave.
Josh Jacobs, probably the only one.
You don't re-sign them.
Yeah.
In order to be a good team, you have to keep your talent. That's what good teams do. Retain their talent and then build more talent through the draft and bring in pieces through free agency. All we're doing is playing dice. We're basically throwing crapshoots. Hey, man, let's get 3 more draft picks, see if we hit on them. Let's pick 3 more Cleveland Farrells. They'll equal one Max Crosby. Nah.
We're still trying to recover from Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
And Mac in his prime is way better than Max. I'm sorry, because Khalil Mack was a game wrecker. Like,
Primo, you know what you said? You said Derek Carr. We built around Derek Carr, who was a second-round draft pick.
Yep.
Wasn't the first-round draft pick. Wasn't the first pick in the draft.
Yep.
We built around a guy that we got in the second round that everybody dogged on. Aaron Rodgers, who's 155 years old, is still being built around, and he got drafted at 24. So it's all
What?
about the way that we draft. It's all about the
Yep.
guys we put in those positions.
I keep telling Jeff, like our team, our fan base is literally built off the past, bro. Like we still talk about, dude, just said Derek Carr's name just came up. Boom.
Yeah.
Prime example. So I don't know. For me, there's different ways you can go ahead and go about it. Like there's nothing that guarantees that these draft picks are going to hit. We still are. The jury's still out on the current draft picks that we have for this year. We don't know. I mean, there was Genty Buzz talk only a few weeks ago, like 4 weeks, 3-4 weeks ago. This is being real, So nothing's for sure. But for me, it's just all about making the right choices and putting the right pieces in place and addressing the issues. Thinking like, okay, because our offensive line had a slightly better game this today, that the offensive line is still fine, and I say this, I said that specific statement because we had the last 4 games of last year, or 4 or 5 games of last year, where the offensive line was better, they performed better, and this regime thought that was good enough to go ahead and build around or have around Geno Smith and or whoever they would decide to go ahead and get, right? That's their mentality. They were fine with that. They felt that Alex Kappa was the only move they needed to make to really bolster up this offensive line. So all that shit, the mentality, the way that you have your philosophy and again your vision as a line makes a big difference. So my thing is this: so long as you make the right decisions, the right moves, or the most educated moves, because sometimes there's not a right move to be made. The educated move is probably the one that's going to go ahead and pan out. So to me, there's other ways to go about it. Not necessarily would you have to go get 10,000 picks. And mind you, this is a guy who got 29 picks or 20 picks on the mock draft last year. So I take that a little bit with a grain of salt, my guy. But I get his point. I would be open to listen to it. Would it help? Yes, it would help. There's no one denying it. I can't say that. I can't sit here and say by trading away Max and getting extra picks would it deter the team? No, not necessarily, because it could help if you have a couple of those guys hit. If you have a couple of guys hit, you might have something. If one of those picks hit, it probably won't work out.
That's
probably.
You need both.
So we just don't know.
No. You need. And that's what the thing.
Got to go with what do you know? Yeah.
Exactly. And I mean, like, bro, how are you going to change this guy and tell me, like, hey, I get it. He doesn't lead the team, but he does what he has to do. At that position, it would be us building another hole and saying, okay, man, let's just do a patch job. Yep, exactly. Hey, we're filling one hole and making another. I'd be like, we're acting like we are going to just go all of a sudden have a top 10 defense without a top 10 defensive end. What's the premier position on defense? Pass rusher.
Defensive end, defensive tackles.
So we're going to create one hole for another. Yeah, I'd be like, that's where I go like, man, it doesn't make any sense to do that. You have to hit on every single draft pick, and the Raiders haven't shown the ability to do that. And to trade another player, to send away another player that the Raiders have drafted to go be successful somewhere else, don't give me that shit. I'll be like, come on, man. We have to keep our own guys. At the end of the day, if the Raiders were to keep half the guys that they had on that fucking defensive team for a couple years ago, fuck, we'd be a top 10 defense.
Yeah. And I like Hummer's comment. He says, player has to not just have to have the skills, but more importantly, have the willingness to put themselves on the line. Max was mad because he couldn't play. Devontae Adams, enough said. And that's facts, bro. I mean, you had the toxicity of guys like Devontae Adams where they had a fucking Fucci phase on the fucking sideline, like majority of the game or every game. And it's like, really? Do you really? And and it's crazy because it's infectious. It'll literally it'll spread to the other people, to other players, and so you don't want to go ahead and really have that around. And that's my thing. If you have a guy who wants to be here, let him be here. If he wants to be here till the wheels fall off, do it. If he's not pulling his weight, then that's a different story. But Max is, and Jeff knows Max is. He does. He'll front that. But he knows what he knows what.
Like I said, you got to have that conversation because for me, it's the injury. How much long? Because he gets another injury, another surgery he needs to have. Those first 2 first-round picks or 3 first-round picks, no team is offering you that. Again, if he gets another surgery or another leg injury, I think Jeff was pointing out, the time is now. If you're gonna move on from Max, if you are Spytech and you're like, I'm considering moving on from Max, the time is now. Like the time is now. And if you don't move on from him, hey, you don't move on from him. We keep Max Crosby. But just know his value is going to go down in the future, and you're not going to get this deal again. You're not
100%
deal again. But the Raiders, we said it about the Joe Burrow trade. They're just not in the position to hurt themselves more, and willingness to we guarantee this trade is going to help us in the future. You don't know that. I would rather keep Max Crosby than gamble and assume that, hey, those 2 first-round picks we're going to hit on those guys. And because you don't know, you could hit on them, you could not. But I'd rather take a chance on 1 rookie defensive end than 2 rookie defensive ends. Because again, you're trying to fill the hole that Max Crosby is filling. Can you fill that in the draft? It'll be a wait and see. And we know this by heart. Will knows this, and this is probably why he's hard on holding your questions on Mendoza, is because his fan base will kill any rookie that comes in here and plays bad, especially 100%. In the first year.
And tell me who's going to be the defensive leader. Who's going to step up to take over the reins of this defense and come in here and do that?
We lucked out with Max when Khalil Mack left. We did, bro.
Yes,
we lucked out because next year we got fucking Max, and then boom, it started taking off from there. And he almost instantly started being that guy, that leader.
Yeah.
On that defensive side of the ball. So, it does.
You just gotta have luck is part of it. I don't care what anybody says. Luck is part of it because we talked about it earlier with Caleb Williams falling to the Bears. That was not the Bears pick. That was the Panthers pick. The Bears just got lucky that the Panthers had a bad season. And with the Max thing, we got lucky that Max, for a 4th rounder, is performing the way he did, especially after a Khalil Mack trade.
I didn't know that he pulled himself.
Same thing. You have to fill the shoes that Mack is filling. And luckily, Max came in and filled it in 2019.
Yeah.
Max didn't get injured. He didn't pull himself out.
This boy,
the coach has sat his ass this year.
Yeah,
they were trying to find a reason. They were trying to find a reason to
this man doesn't play through injuries. Like he's sitting on the bench. Yeah, he might get dinged up, but he plays through it.
All these motherfuckers play through injuries, bro.
100%. And he's playing 100% of snaps. He's playing 100% of snaps, and I like I said, I brought up the injury part. I get it, but like I said, are the Raiders in position to make a trade like that? I don't think they are, because you already need to address the defense as a whole. You need a whole linebacker room. You need a whole secondary room because you're going to be out of safeties. Darian Porter is probably the only corner that you're probably going to have in that corner room going into the offseason. Maybe Stokes comes back. Maybe.
What? So did Max get hurt his rookie year? I don't think so.
No.
Or am I wrong? Did he get hurt 2020? The inaugural year when we moved to Vegas? No, right?
Nope.
21?
In fact, we're talking about what he did for the team to help the team with the playoffs. Didn't he dominate the Bengals in that playoff game? With the defense that was very, very questionable. I thought Bengals and Joe Burrow, because they were catching fire with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins that year. And that defense stepped up to the challenge. And Max, he had like 2 sacks in that game, if I'm not mistaken. Or I know he had a key sack that we needed the Bengals to punt, and he got a sack on Burrow and forced him to punt and gave the ball back to the Raiders. So Will's point, what more can you ask from the guy? He gives the Raiders a chance every single game, but he doesn't have an offense that can help this defense out.
Exactly. I'm going to tell you what they're going to tell you.
I'm going to address this comment real quick. He's Josh saying that Al Davis would never trade Max. Would have traded Max even though the price is right for sure. Okay. What did we do for many years? I think the 90s, we weren't competitive. We were only competitive when we brought in Gruden, right? And I think it was like year 2 or something like that in that 2002, 2003 season. Well, Gruden left in 2003, right? And then so that 2002, 2001, I think we were starting to be competitive. 2003 went to the Super Bowl. After that, nothing until 2016. Yeah, until 2016.
2016.
Nothing. There's large gaps where when we're doing shit, we're terrible. We're always mediocre or always like terrible.
And the thing is, when I see the Mac and Max comparison, Mac was getting more help than Max. They, like I said, we talked about they brought in Bruce Irvin, Sean Smith, Reggie Nelson. Like they were revamping that defense around Khalil Mack. And what did Khalil Mack do? He cooked. And I said this in our last post-game show. I don't think we've seen the best out of Max because he hasn't got the help around him on that defense. And I've said this defense gets beat up a lot, you guys, and rightfully so. But it's complementary football. If your offense cannot sustain drives, we've seen a Denver defense be number 1 in scoring, the number 1 overall defense, and have a 32nd ranked offense with Russell Wilson and miss the postseason. You need an offense to sustain drives, keep your defense off the field, especially to Max to that Bengals game in the playoffs. And Max and the defense is out there giving you the football, giving you opportunities to get back in the game, take the lead, score points. You fucking do it. And if you don't got it, this defense can only hold up. Max can only hold up. And I've said it in the beginning with this injury problem, the coaches in the past did not do him any favors. He's playing on injury, and you're having him play 100% of the snaps, and you're not rotating guys in and guys out. But again, guys, that's a testament to how bad the defense has been in. If we're talking about depth pieces and pieces surrounding Max, that Max has to play 100% because without Max, this defense is even more shit without him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I want to address it as a comment by Jai. He says, let's say Max stays in right where. Let's say Max stays right. What if he sees us losing again? He might not stay at some point. Players are tired of it, and I get it, bro. And that's a point. If he says I want out, then you trade him out. That's cool. Yeah. Would the evaluation probably be the same? I don't know. I don't think so. It might not be the same, but at that point, I'm open to something like that because he wants out. Now this guy doesn't want to be a part of the team. He wants to go out and be in a different team where it's more competitive or like one piece away of being, the next team that wins it or whatever, right? So yeah, I'm open. That's different. I'm open to that. But
you better read the super chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the super chat. I just saw it come in while I was reading this. Shout out to our guy Raider Jeff with a $10 super. He says, I guess I missed my invite to the wedding when so many fans got married to Max. Are you all defending him like he cooks you dinner every night and tucks you in that bed at night?
Hell yeah.
My guy over here with the super talking that shit.
Hey, you got to put a 10 on that. You got to put a 10 spot on that one.
I put a 10 spot, dog.
And I hear his argument.
I do too.
I do, but it's like, man, like if we had other pieces that can give me some sign of hope that you can maybe get the same production out of them that Max is giving you, not even Max level, but close to that.
On a defensive side,
but it's like,
not even as an edge. Not even on the edge. Defense, period. That? Yes. Give me like, where's the shutdown corner? Where's the fucking the the scary linebacker.
Bro, and what happens if you only get 2 number ones for him? And you're going to tell me that, oh, you don't have to hit on all of them, even if you just hit on one? All we did was basically trade Max Crosby for a rookie. That's it.
See,
what's the benefit? Is the rookie going to take this?
he's like, did you see Terry Ball out today? We got the Max replacement. Come on. Bro, facts, dog. That's going to be the next Max Crosby. He's going to
right here. Hey, you guys heard it from
safeties on the
401 Raider
regular.
Jeff.
Yes, sacks
Yeah,
like
and,
crazy.
to his point, he's right though. Also, you never know. You could find a really good defensive piece in the draft. The thing is, though, that's the key. You just never know. It could be a great defensive piece. It could not. It might not. It could work out. It could not.
We haven't even taken a step in that direction yet. You know, like Tyree was that step, and then he hasn't panned out. Not for the number 7 overall pick. You know, there's a couple guys that they might show some promise. Charles Snowden might show some promise, but I think we need to see way more volume of work from that guy. And it has to be way more consistent. So I don't see anybody really being that guy, that next guy that's gonna be like the next type of Max Crosby type of impact. And I'm not talking about on the edge, the position. I'm talking about defensive that's gonna go ahead and really carry weight on that defensive side of the ball. You know, that's going to be that leader, and Max is that leader. You see it's evident, and then that trait you can't.
A lot of guys go to Max. A lot of guys, you could tell a lot of guys go to Max for anything. He's that guy in the locker room that young players can go to.
Exactly, and that's what we keep hitting on. You know what? If it was just a talent thing, oh my gosh, if it was just a talent thing, bro, it wouldn't be a problem because it's just a talent. What you're talking about is the void in leadership in that locker room once Max Crosby leaves.
Yeah.
Bro, not only is he the leader of the defense, he's the leader of the whole fucking team.
And we're talking about bringing in Mendoza. You trade Max away, now you're putting more pressure on the young kid because you're talking about he needs to take leadership role too.
On offense and defense?
Yeah. So, like I said, they're just not in a position to make a trade like that right now. And like you said, Will, we're not talking about talent. We're talking about what he brings off the field, the leadership.
Yeah.
You know,
you have both.
You have both.
Yeah, we have both of them, and it's hard. It's very hard to replace. It's very hard. So I'm not really keen on that one, but I wanted to put it out there. And I said that. I got people flowing. They got the blood flowing, bro. They got the blood flowing. So I definitely wanted
it woke people up. That's for sure.
It woke people up, bro. Because trust me, this is not the first time or the last time we're gonna hear this until the day that either Max Crosby gets traded away or he actually officially retires. So.
I'm not gonna lie, Jeff. I would too, bro. His tattoos are sick. I can't lie about that.
It's like, wow.
Hey, I love Jeff Collins, bro, but hey, I can't lie, man. His tattoos are sick, though. If only our defense was sick like his tattoos.
Oh my gosh!
Right? Yeah.
Tattoos and how to run a podcast at a cigar bar.
Oh my God! Jesus Christ!
Hey, I want you guys to save that. I want you guys to send that to Max. How do we do that? To send that on X? I'll be like, hey, Raider Jeff sends you some love.
Let's go ahead and kind of end it off because we've been on for almost 3.
It's something about these shows, man.
3 hours and 45. I know, bro. Yeah. You're like, I'm probably gonna be on for an hour. Jesus Christ!
I know. I think my girl probably mad at me. She had dinner ready.
Oh yeah, bro.
I didn't even know.
Yeah. But I wanted to go ahead and put those things out there, and you know, as far as head coaching, we're gonna find out probably 24 hours, maybe more, and see what's going to come about with good old Pete Carroll, if he's still going to be a part of this organization by Friday. I say by Friday because last year it took a little bit longer. It didn't happen on Monday. It happened on Tuesday. So In case it happens Monday or Tuesday or possibly Wednesday, which I feel like it's way
Fuck
too
that.
long.
I think
Well,
Spy
no.
Tech's
That's
gonna
too
be
long. Spy Tech, 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
I need you to put that BTA to Pete, get security, give the shock down, get the box, and pack up Pete. Tell him to get the fuck out of town.
I think Spy
Hey,
Tech's like, man, I'm ready to get
let's
this
not
show
waste
on the road.
no time with this. Tag and
Yeah.
tag.
Oh man, I don't know what Jeff is talking about over there. Fucking, he's over there. See, I got him too fired up, bro. I got him too
Jeff is
fired
all
up.
spicy. Hey, calm down on the Dunkin' Donuts right now, Jeff. Should less cafe, bro. Less
Yeah,
cafe.
bro. I think you need to kill that decaf, dog. Like, I think
Go to
it's
the decaf now.
for the blood too much. You know what I'm saying? But these are good conversations to have, and he's partly right. We need to go ahead and talk about that.
Yeah,
You can't just be like, no. See,
it's a conversation. It's a conversation to have. Like I said, he's getting up in age to the point where this kind of reminds me of when Derek Carr had his value with the Indianapolis Colts, and we got offered 2 first-round picks. You don't want that value to go down while also that play going down. But I don't see. We're talking about Max and DC here. I don't see Max's play going down. Get Max some help on that defense. Like I said, I believe we have not seen the best from Max because we have done nothing to address the defense at all since he's been here.
100%.
Other than Wilkins. Sure. I could say that. Maybe Wilkins, maybe Chandler Jones, but those deals haven't worked.
Wilkins just came in here for kissy. He played 4 games and got booted out right after kissy.
They play what's that game? Hide the pickle? Hide the pickle?
Whatever it was.
I don't know. I just made that up. I had the pickle. He went to play hide the pickle in the locker room and just didn't work out for him. So poor Adam Butler with his HR complaint. But we're gonna cap it off like this. Final thoughts. What are you guys' final thoughts on just closing the chapter on this horrible season, getting the number 1 pick, and what do you guys think as far as what do you want the future to hold for this team? Better yet, I'm not gonna say what do you think is gonna happen. What do you want for the future to happen? Same thing for everybody in the chat. What do you guys want to happen in this off season? And we'll go ahead and kind of cap off the show in that manner. Primos, I'll start with you. What are your final thoughts on everything?
Man, been a hell of a season, tough season. Going into the off season, Pete has to be let go. We're hoping for that tomorrow. I hope it's tomorrow. Spy Tech, don't waste no time. Let's get this train rolling and go get a young-minded head coach. I was prefer offensive because I think we are leaning to quarterback at number 1. I don't think there's any more that we have to talk about. I think at number 1, we're going to lean towards quarterback. So I would love for them to bring in an offensive-minded head coach, specifically young, because that way you could give both guys 3 to 4 years to get it right and address the offensive line. But I want the GM to not – I seen earlier in the chat, people were talking about Brady bringing his guys for like offensive coordinator or no. Brady, when it comes to the coaching staff, let the head coach pick his coaching staff. That's what I want to see. I want to see the GM be a GM and the head coach be a head coach. Go get his staff. We're talking about aligning this thing the right way. Have Spy Tech go get his guy. If he's cool with Clint Kubiak and he believes that him and his relationship can be a good one, do it. But Spy Tech, Brady, stay. When it comes to Kubiak assembling his coaching staff, stay out of it. But when it comes to addressing positions like offensive line, players, let Spy Tech take hold of that. And Clint, you and your coaching staff focus on developing these guys. Shout out to my guy, Raider Scorpio. He brought it up. The problem is not drafting well. The problem is drafting and not being able to develop the guys that we draft because of the coaching staff that we have. That is what's really going to work. Spy Tech could draft all these guys. We talked about this draft class. The problem with this draft class, why we couldn't really evaluate Spy Tech's draft class, is because Pete and this coaching staff was really, really bad at developing these guys. So I'm really hoping on seeing that from the future on whatever coach comes here, whatever coaching staff comes here, that them and the Spy Tech are on the same wavelength, but also that this is a coaching staff that can develop guys that, hey, we can maybe find another type of Max Crosby in the 4th round or 5th round guy that you could develop and they could become a starter. We have to hit on the first 3 picks, you guys, of almost every draft in the next 3 years. Like, they have to be starters. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. From the 1st round to the 3rd round, maybe into the 4th round, they have to be starters. And it's going to come down to not only talent evaluation from our GM and the scouting department, but also development from our coaching staff. You need both of those to work together. So that's what I'm hoping for in the future. And of course, them going to get the quarterback in Mendoza. I think that will finish it off there. But again, it comes down to development. Can they develop Mendoza into becoming that guy in his 3rd year? If he is not improving by his 3rd year and this team is not improved by the 3rd year, meaning they didn't address the offensive line, he's still, whatever the case may be, bad offensive line, bad receiving core, bad defense, then you whiffed on the coaching staff, you whiffed on your head coach, and Spy Tech, you're probably going to get fired, and we're going to be right back to where we are. So that's, for me, the first thing I'm watching this week. What do we do at head coach? Because that's going to set this stage for 2026 and beyond. What are we doing with the coach? What are we going to do with the coaching staff? Because from there, we're going to have an idea what type of team is going to get built, and what are we going to do at number 1. If Kubiak is here, we kind of have an idea. If LaFleur is here, we have an idea. If Shula is here, we have an idea, but they're all different ideas. They're not the same idea. So it depends on what coach we're going to bring in. So I hope it's a great one, though. I hope it's one that aligns together with Spy Tech. I'll leave it at that. And
yeah. What about you, Will? What are your fan thoughts on everything?
Thank you, Lord, baby Jesus, for this BTA of a season, because we just took belt to ass and it is over. Thank you, Lord. We're undefeated in 2026. Because I'm telling you, man, when you talk about a rough season, I ain't never seen a team so defeated before they left the locker room. A team that has been depleted, a fan base that has been demoralized in a long time, man. My hopes for the new year. 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Spy Tech. No fucking around. Straight PTA. Fire Pete Carroll. Big cojones. We need Big Dong John, not Coupon John. Get out there. Get on the phone. Start calling free agents. Address the free or the offensive line. If we're able to address the offensive line, whatever coach you bring in will be able to get a quarterback out there and put some type of product that is better than what the fuck we got, we hope.
Yeah.
If you draft a quarterback, it's going to give us hope for the future. Now, again, are we going to sit here and say that we're going to hit on all these things? No. But what we need as an organization is a total overhaul. I am tired of seeing retread coaches. I don't want to see another coach that has been in another organization and hasn't been successful, and we think that he's going to be successful with the Raiders. Fuck, man. They couldn't do it with another other organization. What makes you think they're going to do it with us? That's a special ed project. We need somebody that's going to come in with the cure for our cancer. We need somebody that's going to come and change that has energy to do it. So at the end of the day, I will say this, man. My hopes for the future are I'm really hopeful. We have the number 1 draft pick. Everything we needed from this season at the very end to change our future is there. Let's not become the Titans. The Titans were there also.
Yeah.
And they're in the same slump year in and year out. If we're in this slump, I hope that we're not there for years to come. Let's make sure we make the right decision. I'm with you, Primo. Spy Tech needs to hire the coach. The coach needs to hire their freaking offensive coordinator. We don't need to be hiring no sons, no poppies, no mommies, no fucking uncles.
No
I don't need
grannies.
none of that shit.
No grannies.
Yeah, this isn't a fucking family business. This isn't fucking Mark Davis and family. We need a guy that's going to come in and change the attitude. And I hope that next year, man, honestly, we're not talking about the fucking play or about our first round draft pick at the end of the year. I want to have a year where I'm talking about competing. I didn't say going, but competing to be in a spot, to be in a playoff spot, not in the top 10, maybe as a wild card. Fuck, just give me some hope. That's exactly what I'm thinking, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scorpio.
I want to be talking about playoffs the year like after. Like where it's like, man, if we make some of these moves in the offseason, we could be something next season. Yeah. Like that's the hope I want, where we finish the season where it's like, damn, we could be something next season. That's what I want next year to be.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if that happens, but hopefully we can at least be in a position where we're competitive, or we're competing, or we're in the talks.
We're competing.
Yeah, compete.
We're gonna compete.
We're gonna compete.
Oh man, can't wait till they take off that sign in Vegas on was it the 93?
That should be banned from ever in Vegas. Compete. Not that.
Compete. I know, bro. Damn it, this fucking sucks. But yeah, for me, you know, look, like I said, I don't see Pete here. I'm glad we were able to go ahead and close the chapter on this, you know, terrible season. And it's been a lot of lows, not a lot of highs, a lot of disappointment, and it just sucks that, you know, we literally got our soul fucking crushed because we thought we were gonna be better than what we really were, and it just sucks seeing the fan base just like, hey, fuck this shit, like, you know, I don't want to watch this. And it's hard. You can't blame them. We can't blame them for saying stuff like that, right? And I'm just glad it's over. So whatever may come, if you know, hopefully we, like I said, we make the smart decisions, hire the right guys, then we can go ahead and start building a good team, and heading towards that direction. I feel that now that we have the number one pick, we actually go out and get the biggest issue that's been plaguing us for the last, I don't know what, 5 years, is getting a quarterback. So let's go out and get our quarterback, build around that, and start putting a team together, a competitive team, and start putting those pieces together. It's not going to happen right away. I'm going to tell you guys now that this 2026 season is not going to be good. It's not going to look good. It's going to look better than what this was, but it's still not going to look good. And 2027 is going to be slightly better than this. And then hopefully by 28, we're a real contender. You know, we may or may not make appearance in 27. Don't hold your breath. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is going to be a long process. And whoever comes in as the next head coach, we got to be patient. We got to go ahead and not be quick to go ahead and expect an immediate result, because I know that our first sense is like instant gratification. We gotta be patient. We gotta go ahead.
It's saying that after 24 years. I get it. It does.
You know what? I love the way that you just said it, bro. This isn't a 1 year turnaround.
Yes.
This isn't a one player thing. This is us being you know what? We win 4 games next year. Fuck, we see improvement. 5 games next year, we see improvement. That's where I'm with you with her.
Yeah.
Right there. I mean, like, that's the perfect example. Guys, it's gonna take some time.
I dragged it because I'm the one that put up the Max thing from yesterday. Yeah. I'm the one who did that. I just put you in there. I just said your name. You're the one who brought it up, but I'm the one who dragged it. I egged it on. So.
Raiders need to draft Jay Raider #1 at QB. You're gonna see Primo being drafted at 37 in the second round.
0-17.
We're coming on up.
117 season incoming, bro.
0-17 season coming with Jay Raider at QB.
Jesus Christ, hell no, bro. That is not my strong suit whatsoever, bro. But hey, whatever. Like, this is the thing. I'm just glad this is over. I'm glad we can go into off season and focus on that, and we really don't have to go ahead and see a terrible display of football anymore from our team until at least next season. So then we have that to look forward to. But hey, you never know. If we make the right moves, if we make certain educated moves, we might be better and we might look better this next season. So hopefully that's the case. But man, we've been on for 4 hours. So we're gonna go ahead and
next week we're going for 5.
Next week we're going for 5. Hey, it's the last post game reaction show. We got to go ahead and send it off the right way.
Yep.
I did the 1 year anniversary yesterday with Good Morning Raiders, and I had Jeff and Raider Alex on. If you guys missed that show, go ahead and click the link down below in my description. You guys can go ahead and tap into yesterday's edition of Good Morning Raiders, where we talk similar to this. We really previewed the Chiefs game, and then I came close, bro. I said that we were going to score 10 points. We scored 4 more than what I originally said. I was wrong. I said we were going to lose, but we ended up losing. So, hey, but on the score, I was close. I was 4 points off. I was 4 points over, so it's all good. But let them know what you guys have going on, where they can go ahead and find you at. Well, go ahead and take it away. I'll start with you, my guy.
What up, baby? It's your boy Raider Will with the Silver and Black Radio Podcast. On Tuesday night, you're going to find me on the Most Notorious Podcast with my boy Raider Jeff, my boy Cheeto, my boy James. And then on Friday, I'm going to be mixing it up for a lunchtime review with our boy Cheeto. And I'll be like, hey, you might catch me with Jay Raider. You might catch me with Primo. Who knows, baby? At the end of the day, it's all Raider Nation. It's all love. Primo, go ahead, my brother.
Yes, sir. You guys can find me at Raider Primo on Instagram, X, on YouTube. That's where we mostly film our content. Got a show tomorrow. We are going to be talking about the draft, the offseason, and the future, you guys. The season is a wrap, so tune in tomorrow again on YouTube at Raider Primo around 3 o'clock Pacific time, 6 o'clock Eastern. For my Eastern guys on that East Coast, I try to get a little early before y'all head to the bed and call it a night. But yeah, hopefully I can get Will on. Hopefully I can be on again with Jay.
Let's chop it up
on my side, because bro, Will, we got some debates, man, when it comes to that Mendoza talk. So definitely,
let's get it.
Definitely have to bring you along on one of the shows.
You send the link. You send the link. I'm in there, bro.
Yeah, we'll run. Yeah, I know we're not doing. I know this is the last post game for the season and stuff, because I just do this during the season. But I still got, for me, I still have Raiders Unfiltered. I still have the connection show with the guys, with Jeff, Leo, our guy LB Raider 10-8, and myself. We do that every Wednesday. That is a panel show. I have Good Morning Raiders that I have going on every damn Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Pacific. But yes, we can still go ahead and do a show. We'll do a Monday show, a Raiders Unfiltered. We'll go ahead and pull one up on that one. So trust me, we're not going away. It's just that the post game reaction is done, because the season is done. So I'll put it back up in 2026. So for sure. But hey, appreciate everybody rocking with us again on this post game reaction show. Make sure you guys, if you guys haven't done so already, hit the like and subscribe on all the channels you see here. Silver and Black Radio Podcast to my left, and then a Raider Primus to my right. And then again, for me, I am just Raiders, baby. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe. Make sure you guys also tap in on the socials as well. So, but I don't believe I will do Raiders Unfiltered tomorrow, unless we get the news that we've been waiting for drops. Then I will go on. I'll probably defer to the Wednesday show, the Raider Connection. We'll go ahead and we'll figure it out. We've been on the holiday break because of New Year's and Christmas. So I believe we're going to be back this Wednesday. So we'll do that one. Good morning, Raiders. Make sure you guys go ahead and look out for that one this Saturday and every Saturday moving on. I plan to go ahead and take a break. I haven't figured out when, but I am going to go ahead and take a short break to go ahead and just kind of chill out, focus on some stuff, focus on some shows, some projects that I want to do outside of the Raiders. So I'll have that going on. So make sure you guys go ahead and tap on for that. Yeah, see, there you go. Jeff said a connection is back on for this week for show. All right, cool. So I'll defer till Wednesday unless news drops and I go on. That's why you gotta hit the notification bell on all the channels.
Oh yeah,
you never know.
Yeah.
Shit happens. We go on. There you go. Or I might bring these guys on. I'll be like, yo, come on real quick. I'll play a little hooky from work. So you never know. So make sure you guys hit that notification bell as well to stay up to date on everything Raiders related for sure. But that is it for us today. Appreciate you guys. Again, we now have the
number one pick.
And guess what? It's most likely gonna be Mendoza, and he's
pro ready. End of story.
I was ready for that one, dog. Damn it, I missed it.
How to get you there, Will? How to get you there? But no, hey,
already in the story.
Everybody makes good points. That's what I say. Whichever decision they make, whether it's Mendoza or trading back, I'll trust the process.
And you know what? If you want to trade back, guess what?
Interesting, man. That's fucking interesting.
Yeah. Very
fucking interesting, man. Yeah.
Right
See, I got everything.
Hey.
You know, but ultimately, hold on. One more. Ultimately,
Want to cook?
yes.
Oh, yeah, I think we all hungry. I think we all
Yes, sir.
food in our system.
Exactly.
Yo.
But,
Jay, hit him with that Raiders on the way out, baby.
oh yeah, I got to do it right. Hold on. Y'all already know we ended the fucking season. We ended this thing off the right way with a dub. We beat the Queeps. We could go ahead and ride off into the off season on a high note with the number one pick. So there you go. With the Raiders. Always, baby. Always. But appreciate you guys. That's it. We'll go ahead and see y'all next time. Always remember, just Raiders, baby. Bye, everybody.
Raiders!
J Raider, the creator with the killer content, hot takes and the dopest. Gas Raider Nation, from Oakland to LA to in Vegas. Nothing greater than the Raiders, only facts. Just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders. Stand up, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders. Welcome to the channel. It's called Just Raiders, baby. If you ain't subscribed, then you gotta try. Just Raiders, baby, nothing but love for the Raiders. Been an OG before 93. Shout out to the nation, they always crazy. So nation, ride with me, taking over my style. It's amazing, making hits like Max on the blitz. The silver and black, on the attack. They on the map, if you a fan, then you with that. J Raider, the creator with the killer content, hot takes and the dopest. Gas Raider Nation, from Oakland to LA to in Vegas. Nothing greater than the Raiders, only facts. Just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, J Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders, just Raiders. Putting on shows like Brock on the go. We just like J Raider, the innovator, making shows like Good Morning Raiders, the originator. Raiders unfiltered, raw, never censored. The post game reaction, nothing but action. Just Raiders, baby. Just Raiders. Just Raiders, baby. J Raider, the creator of the killer content. Hot takes and the dopest, yes. Raider Nation, the only nation. There ain't no question.
win, baby.
Win, baby. Just win.